Hi everyone, my name is Najaf. I'm a third-year business major and elected student senator. I'm ready to become your vice president for Simon Fraser Student Society in the position of university relations to voice your concerns to the SFU administration. My platform is based on 3 points: improved student space, improved communication, and engaged SFU. Thank you.
Sorry. We're good. Hello all, and thank you for making it out to the third and final opportunity for your executive candidates to convince you that their vote is valid. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Brady Wallace, and I am the current Arts and Social Sciences representative on the Simon Fraser Student Society. Both myself and the rest of my slate are running on a real platform, which means no buzzwords and no BS. Therefore, in my platform, you'll find real points, which I am confident I will be able to achieve over the course of my term. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ali Van Hoa, and I'm running to help encourage people to vote in these elections. Our university has a motto of engaging the world. That is a blatant lie. We're not engaging the world. We are encouraging mob democracy. We should encourage everyone to vote, make sure that people know that SFSS are having elections, and not vote for your friends. Done? Thank you.
Thank you. You can start with your first question.
My question is for Brady. You mentioned in your platform that you will be working to have Fraser Library open on Sundays for the study campus, which is a really good thing. Since there is a budget cut for the university every year, how you think the funding will come from? Is SFSS is going to fund, or somewhere the university is going to accommodate this request?
So thanks for the question, Ali. So as you guys should be aware, the Fraser Library on our Surrey campus is not open on Sundays, nor is the rest of the campus. So what I mean by this is the campus is open, but no service is received on that campus, which means there's no IT staff on, there's no staff on, and there's no janitorial staff. So the campus is essentially a zombie zone on Sundays. So while Ali did mention that the university is facing budget cuts, which do occur every year, the SFSS will not be funding this additional service on the Surrey campus. Rather, I intend on working with the Senate Library Committee, as well as attending all of the budget consultations, which take place in early October as well as September this year, to really push for this initiative. This is something that both the Dean of Libraries, Gwen Bird, on the Burnaby campus, as well as the head of the library in Surrey are very interested in exploring. I'll also be setting up a meeting with Steve Dooley, who's the head of the Surrey campus. Thank you.
Brady, you can pose a question.
So my question is for Ali to my left. Ali, what experience do you have sitting on university committees and or working groups? What impact have these efforts had on the decisions made from these bodies? I think it's important to note that anybody can attend these meetings, but if you're not going to make an impact, it goes to show. Thanks.
So, as I mentioned before, I just got elected on SFU Senate. My term is starting from May. But before that, I was part of SCODA's Senate committee, and I have been attending meetings of those committees. Plus, I have been part of SFSS Council, and I have worked till my council term with Advocacy Committee, Granting Committee, and Build SFU Committee. And I have been sure that during that time, I am able to concern student voice as much as I can.
So thank you for your response, Ali. I just wanted to know one quick thing. You're not currently an SFU senator. The second is attending meetings. Again, you failed to answer my question. I was wondering what impact you've had since attending these meetings, which you were unsuccessful in indicating. And the third thing is you mentioned that you sit or you attend advocacy committee meetings. I've been present at, I believe I've missed 2 advocacy committee meetings all year, and I have never seen you in attendance, so thank you.
Yeah, Thanks for the question. I just mentioned before, if you have heard clear, that I just got elected as senator. My term is starting in May. Second, I mentioned that I was part of SFSS council, and during that period, I was part of the advocacy committee. And then my terms end, and then I have to leave that position. And last semester, my schedule didn't work, same as this semester. And as part of the committees which I have tried my best to be there, and I've been sure that the voices are heard there.
Great, thank you both. You can pose a question if you like.
Sure. In terms of the platforms for both of my fellow candidates, what was your process of making up the platforms? Could you describe that for me, please?
So in terms of my platform, my first point was creation of Vancouver Campus Committee. I have talked to a lot of people in Vancouver campus. This semester, the SFSS started liaison to the campus, but there's just one person. I've heard that they didn't see SFSS presence over there. There's no such way that they can receive information. So that was the first thing, that I went to the community and got the information and put that in my platform. And that is my first priority to start on working. Second is student consultation. Last time, Build SFU referendum was done in 2012, on which the referendum was done at that time, but there's need to done more consultation, because we have to take confidence Shery and Vancouver campus. I've seen those students' frustration, so I've put consultation, that's why, in my platform.
Thank you, Ali, to my right for the question. So designing my platform was a little bit tricky. I wanted to make this as realistic as possible, so that factored into how many platform points that I wanted on my platform. Being the arts rep on the Student Society this year, I've really realized the limitations that do exist, as well as the opportunities that do exist for an elected student. So my first platform point is cost savings. As undergraduate students, we're not wealthy. I, for myself, am not wealthy, so saving students money is my #1 priority right now. So this is going to be utilized through the BC Open Textbook Program, which I'm sure a lot of you guys have already heard about, so I'm not going to drone on about that one. The second one is better service for Vancouver and Surrey students. Like Ali mentioned, he's only focusing on the Vancouver campus students, whereas the Surrey students should not be neglected either. The Student Society needs to do a better job recognizing the wants and needs of these students, and that's something that I'm going to prioritize in this year. And the third one, is a more environmentally friendly SFSS. I love the environment, so I want to make sure that we are aligned with SFU's zero waste mandate. And the last one is the mentorship of incoming board members, because I'm a board member right now and I have experience, so I want to help out my incoming board members. Thank you.
As well?
My platform focuses on helping make sure that people who are suffering mental illnesses or going through mental difficulties are able to get better support across the community, and as well as incoming students from across the world, across Canada, across other colleges here in BC, have a better welcoming environment, where their suggestions are taken into making sure that our community is more inclusive.
All right, thank you all.
So we'll open it up to questions from any audience members now. So if you want to ask a question, you can come up to the mic here. If somebody's already at the mic, we just ask you to stand along the side there, just so you're not obstructing the nice live streaming we have going on. So who wants to pose the first question?
Hello candidates, so I just was wondering if you could outline how you plan on outreaching to the Vancouver campuses next year.
In any order?
Any order?
So, as I mentioned in my platform, my first point was creation of Vancouver Campus Committee, and that is the first thing I will work on from the day one. I will work with my board of directors to form a kind of constitution or doing an amendment, so that we are able to create that campus community. So we can outreach to them, and there are different ways till the success of that committee, because it's need formation. I will work to install like TVs in the campuses, so students can see what is going on with SFSS, and through doing a lot of other social media initiatives.
So in doing outreach to the Vancouver campus, I think it's important not to reinvent the wheel. We do have departmental student unions that already exist on that campus, and those need to be the first bodies that are contacted by the SFSS. The second is determining who the board liaison to the Vancouver campus will be. This role is pivotal to engaging that campus, so we need to ensure that whoever is going to take on that role is ready to take it on, because this year we have had some difficulty doing it, and we've done extensive support compared to prior years, but more work needs to be done in the future. And the third is working with the campus staff, so of the Vancouver campus itself. So both Harbour Centre, Woodwards, and 611 Alexander Street all have SFU staff. Based on the university relations role, working with that staff is essential in order to engage that campus, or all of those campuses, so thank you.
I love the Vancouver campus. It's one of my favorite campuses. My favorite campus, sorry. One way I imagine we could engage Vancouver campus is have a concert-style prom in the Vancouver campus. I think that would be really swell. Yeah, thank you.
Further questions?
Come on, Satnam, I know you have a question.
Okay, we'll go with closing statements then in reverse order.
I think Satnam's coming up.
Oh, he's coming up? Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I think the space issue has been mentioned before, but I just want to know what your ideas are on increasing space in, as well as accessibility to space in downtown campuses.
We'll start with Brady this time.
Thank you, Satnam, for the question. So expanding space on the Vancouver campus is quite difficult just because of the location of the campus. Because it is 3 separate buildings in the heart of downtown Vancouver, finding available space is quite difficult. The space which does exist on all 3 campuses, unfortunately, there's no vacant space. So we need to find ways in which we can either better utilize the existing space, so creating more student space as well as student society space. It's important to note that the Simon Fraser Student Society does not own any space on the Vancouver campus. So potentially an investment in that space using our space expansion fund, that would be one avenue to explore. If you guys have been to the Harbour Centre campus lately, you've probably noticed the extensive renovations which have taken place on that campus. So for Harbour Centre in particular, I think that's a campus that does not necessarily need to be focused on as much. Whereas the Woodwards campus, they are in need of some sort of communal lunch space or just a meeting space that is separate from their regular spaces. Thank you.
So as it has been mentioned that we do not have enough space that we can own on Vancouver campus. As the student levy question is on the referendum, so it depends on if it get approved. So based on the budget, what we can do is that we can pay for the rent if students want to use space for the clubs. So we can pay for the rent, like it's the club through club granting system.
The space expansion in Vancouver, I was talking to Andy, sorry, Mr. President, Andrew Petter, and he said that we're planning to have it host or rent out space in the Vancouver Community College, which is right across Victory Park? Yeah, Victory Square, thank you, Brady. As well as the Heritage Building, which we have plans of making it into residence. So that's one way we could solve it. Thank you.
Okay. Additional questions? All right. We'll go with the closing statements and now we can go on.
The only reason for me running in this election and my platform is a very passionate platform filled with purpose. I really despise having platforms filled with political pandering, including stuff which are not relevant. I really hope we encourage everyone to vote, bring back social dignity to student democracy. Thank you.
So thank you all for attending the final executive debate on the on the Burnaby campus. I believe I'm different from my following candidates for 3 reasons. First, I'm the only candidate sitting before you with board experience. Second, my platform aims to improve on existing SFU services, so not primarily SFSS services. And finally, I'm here to try and save you guys money. So the BC Open Textbook Program has the potential to save students hundreds of dollars every semester. Next Tuesday to Thursday, help me and the rest of my slate real, and let's make this change together. Thank you.
I might not be a real leader, but I will work with my slate to bring school spirit to the community, because as a commuter school, we need school spirit. So please vote. Even if you don't vote for me, please vote. We need to have a great voter turnout in this election process. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. You can return to your seats. We're going to do the VP Student Life candidates next, if everyone can join me up on the stage-ish area.
Stage-ish. Deepak and...
Deepak, you can start with your opening statement when you're ready.
Good afternoon. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge that we're currently sitting on unceded Coast Salish territory. I'd further like to acknowledge that I also want members of the audience to note that I prefer the he set of pronouns. Thank you. Once again, my name is Deepak Sharma, and I'm currently wanting to be your next Vice President Student Life. Why you should vote for me is simple. I'm genuine, trustworthy, and real. Did I forget to mention that I'm currently one of the board members for your Simon Fraser Student Society? What did I own goes to show how I'm a lot more experienced and well prepared than my opponent over here. Thank you.
Can I start? Hi everyone. In my own life and in my own small way, I've worked hard to give back to this community, which I've fallen in love with in the last 3 years. I love all of you. I love to engage and empower all of you, because I believe each and every one of you has something to give back to this community. I believe each and every one has in it to build school spirit, and that is why I'm here, to build school spirit and to engage each and every one of you. Thank you.
All right, you can pose your questions afterwards.
So, how many questions do I get to ask? Just one? Maybe 2?
No.
Okay. Hassan, your platform clearly reflects your inexperience, so I won't even get into that. My question for you is, what really makes you think that you're best suited candidate for this position? I mean, you keep saying that you don't know much about the society and that's why you want to run. You keep saying you're going to change so much in the society, yet you have no clue on the functions and you have no clue on the procedure of the society. Aside from those well-rehearsed lines, what genuinely makes you feel that you have the merits to attain the role of an executive position on the Simon Fraser Student Society, a student society that represents over 25,000 undergraduate students at SFU?
Thank you, Deepak. You say I don't have experience. I say that in during my last debates that I don't know some things, because if you're going to keep asking me what the Constitution is, 4A, 4B, it's like being in an exam where a teacher asks you that go into the chapter 4, what was written in the line 4, what was the answer for this question, rather than asking what are the responsibilities of the students. So yeah, that's the reason why I'm here. My job clearly defines that I have to work with clubs, DSUs and FSUs. I've been part of a club. I've worked with other clubs. I've been part of Pakistan Student Association. I've worked with many clubs to bring in cultural variances within the society. We started the social night. Something I think which SFSS could have done with being 300 clubs you have over here. And if you can't, I don't know, join 4 or 5 clubs to bring school spirit, I don't know what kind of experience you have. If you can't, I don't know, being a liaison, if you can't do your duties, I don't think so what kind of an experience you have and what you're going to bring and how real you are.
Just don't talk.
Is it okay now?
That's better, thank you. Your response?
Okay, well, I didn't really ask you like a pop quiz about procedures or anything. That's not my thing. I know everyone has time to learn that, so I think that was irrelevant. And I really think I need to put you back in place. You absolutely have no merits for running for this position. When was the last time you went to a club meeting outside of that one cultural group you're a part of? When was the last time you went to a student union meeting? Do you even know the functions of a faculty representative? Do you even know the granting committee operations? Do you have any experience being a committee of a chair? Frankly speaking, you don't. I want the membership to take note today that you'll be paying one of us close to $20,000 next year. My opponent has absolutely no clue and is inexperienced with almost everything that pertains to the position that he's seeking your votes for. Think twice before you vote and vote for the candidate that's already proven that he's trustworthy and accountable over this past year. Keep in mind when I speak this, it's with the understanding that I know I'm not perfect either, however I'm a lot more qualified than that guy over there.
Can I give a reply to that? Okay, Deepak, you kept saying that I'm not experienced, I'm not that and all that. You had the position for 1 year. There's a lot, if you go into the event committee, you'll know the failure that Deepak had last year. Hopefully I'll count you guys to that. And you said $20,000, I do understand that. And I have a value for that. I haven't done any event where I've lost money, students' money. And hopefully in the future I'll do the same. You said I haven't had problems, maybe there's a problem, I haven't sat in the committees, I don't know what it is, but I've read all the constitutions, I know how everything works, I've been to...
Oh, he's responding.
I hope you know, you've been here for 2 debates, I guess so. So yeah, that's my reply. Maybe I'm not as experienced as him, but I have the love, I have the passion, I've done my research, I know how to represent students, and I think I have the abilities to do it. Thank you.
What's going on?
So my question, Deepak, you said the students pay you $20,000. Actually more than that, that's a lot of money. You said that you have the experience. You say you have the leadership that's real. I would just say, Deepak, you've done some good work last year as a science lab. But one occasion as a Surrey campus liaison, you did fail an event. I was going to the events committee meeting minutes during during everything, and I saw that all you kept talking in the last time is the SFU trance that we have at the pub, but you didn't come up with what the gala event was. You lost student money, $1,500. Hopefully, if you were experienced, you wouldn't have done that. If you were real, responsible, experienced, accountable, and leader, you should have brought that up to the committee in a way that way you shouldn't have lost all this money for the students. $1,500 is a lot. International, even me being an international student, these money that my parents pay over here are not easy money, and not for. I believe you students know that this is not an easy money, and losing all those money, I don't know. So yeah, what are you going to do this time around that's different?
So definitely not deflecting this question. Don't worry about it, Kayode. But are you asking me about you talked about 2 events there, Taste of Trance and the Hollywood North Gala. Which one are you referring to?
I'm saying, as you said, you were experienced, you know how everything is run, you know what committees are you sitting in there. Would it be appropriate to bring the gala in a way that it would have been successful and you have used your responsibility, experience, accountable, and leadership skills to make it a succeed and have your priorities set?
So, what's the question?
The question is that how this time around you're going to be different and hopefully don't make us lose money.
How am I going to how did I learn from my mistakes and how I make sure it not happen again?
Why didn't you bring it up? Why was it a failure?
Okay, let's just answer that. How would you do it differently?
Yeah, how would you do it differently?
Okay. No, I definitely respect your question. I was just trying to get major interest in it. Okay. So how would I do things differently? Basically, I think what my candidate is pointing to and has every right to talk about is the Hollywood North Gala that took place by the Surrey Campus Committee. You know what? It actually didn't even take place. The the gala actually failed and we did not sell enough tickets in order to make sure it was a successful event. That's what you're trying to get to, right? One thing I'd like to make sure everyone knows is I'm the Surrey liaison and I take full responsibility for that. That being said, I am not a voting member for the Surrey Campus Committee. It was not my decision to cancel this event. The reasons why the committee chose to cancel are on the grounds of not enough ticket sales. The reasons why I take responsibility for this event are because the gala was the main goal and priority of this committee. However, I've learned from it and I know from the next time this would be very successful. So I really, really do look forward to making sure if elected again, this goes very successful and I have a lot more experience. Although he's been bashing on this for the past 3 debates now, I still think I'm the well-suited candidate for this position. Thank you.
That's good that you've learned. Hopefully you're not going to do it again if elected. And just want to say that even if you're experienced, you're on the board, doesn't mean that you could actually run everything successfully. As you said, I might not have the experience as much as you do, but you got your chance. You did fail one even where you must have succeeded in a lot more. But just saying that you're experienced and you've done it doesn't mean that the other person can't do it. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to further go into this question. I want members of the audience to make note that my accountability and experience was being put in question for the past 3 debates. Further, I want members of the audience to take note to that even before I was a board member, this student society trusted me with hundreds of dollars while I was a volunteer for the concerts that took place on this campus. This is before I was an elected official. This has showed that I was trusted and accountable. Further, this year as a board member, I've been assigned and maintained the activity of 11 departmental student unions. I've been assigned and maintained the duty of getting, with the help of my colleagues and memberships in science, of passing a referendum for the Faculty of Science Undergraduate Society. That cost money as well. I think that went quite well. Lastly, I want the audience to take a real good note on how my opponent is using methods of defaming me rather than making any logical arguments in regards to my platform. Is this someone who you want to be a leader of your student society? Someone's only way of making a rebuttal is by personally attacking me? Last time I checked, those sort of characteristics are not part of the traits of a trustworthy leader. Thank you.
All right, thank you both. Any questions from the audience? Yeah.
So my question is for you. I kind of find it funny that at the end you said that he was attacking you, but as an audience member, I just thought that continuously in your debate you were attacking him, right? And so my question is, what do you attribute your real arrogance to? And are you all real members as arrogant as you are? And don't you find it sad that based on the experiences you have, you're still pointing all his weaknesses instead of talking about your strengths? So, because for me, like a true synonym of the word leadership is to understand other people, right? And don't you think you should humble down a little bit and actually provide valuable points instead of just attacking him and his inexperience? Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much for the member to acknowledging that. I think through this entire process, although I've been pointing out why I'm a better suited candidate than my opponent here, I think I have been raising points of why I have been a leader for the past year and why I have actually accomplished these things. I agree with you. Leaders don't point fingers, leaders take responsibility. I think it was a great choice, showed a trait of my leadership abilities when I took full responsibilities of a gala that was actually put together by close to 20 other people. I think it shows that I'm a leader when I'm not just doing the leader work, but I'm actually making other people wanting to become leaders. And that's why I do believe that although yes, I'm not pointing fingers, I'm just rebutting him. But that being said, I do believe that I have shown traits over the past year and will continue to do so, that I am a well turned out leader and I am best suited for this position. Thank you.
Can I reply to that as well?
It was just directed at Deepak.
I'll pass it to this one
About Deepak or about himself?
What's a specific question for Deepak? I got the sense that you were asking it specifically for Deepak. So if someone else has a question, they can go up. If you want to follow up afterwards, that's...
Okay, yeah, as the fellow members pointed it out, I didn't start my statement by saying that my partner over here, Deepak, is inexperienced, he hasn't done that, he's not suitable. So you saying that me attacking you, giving personal attacks, I think membership can see I didn't say that. The reason I'm running, the reason I want you to vote for me rather than Deepak, if you are, is because I love the society and I'm willing to do stuff. Rather than saying that Deepak is not experienced or anything. I think I have the passion in me. I think I love you guys, I love the school, and that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm running, rather than attacking on my opponent, which if it came across, I'm sorry. I was just saying what happened last year, and I was pointing at that. So yeah, if you guys love me, love the school, because you can see my passion in it, and you know I can do the job. I've done it before. Hopefully vote for me.
Do you have a question? Yeah, go for it.
I have a question for both of you. So I was wondering, in multiple parts, what you think the biggest role of the VP Student Life is, and how you would be an effective liaison for the groups that you have to work with as a VP Student Life.
How do you want to go? Can I go first? First, I'm going to go for the constitution, as everyone keeps talking about it. I think that I'm the liaison between the board and the clubs, 300 clubs, DSUs, faculty student unions, representing the students to the club. I think I'll start with the clubs. I have been part of many clubs. I know the hindrances that students have. I know that there's still lots of communication that has to be passed through them, because most of the students don't know about the facilities, the services they have. Having said that, I also think that clubs don't only throw parties. There's also many student services that students are not aware of, and they have their concerns about it. To talk to these people, let them know what the services we actually provide, the money they pay for. Yeah, so talking about that, letting them know of the services, and then if they have any concerns, getting to the board, and hopefully I can be their liaison and be their voice at the board.
Sorry, I just have a quick question to Rebecca, is that okay?
Yeah, sure. Can she?
I just was wondering if you think that the main role of your VP Student Life is to act as a liaison to student services, or at the club and DSUs?
At the club, DSUs, and FSUs, that's what I mentioned in my word. As the clubs, DSUs, and FSUs, I'm a liaison between them and the board, and I'll be representing them, and I will be hearing them, I would be seeing their concerns, and hopefully be their voice at SFSS board and executives. Thank you.
Okay, so the question was, what is the most important part about VP Student Life, or?
And how would you be an effective liaison to?
Okay, it's a liaison part. Okay, I'll definitely keep it short and simple. I don't think I need to convince you of how I've gained lots of experience being a liaison amongst the society and the 11 department student unions of the Faculty of Science and the Faculty Student Union. However, what I'd like to say is, what I believe the liaison system is me being liaison between not just clubs, but departmental student unions and faculty student unions. In addition to that, even not clubs, so someone, for example, for like Relay for Life that comes to events committee for being liaison to an event on campus. Being this liaison is very important because this is direct outreach to the membership. I'm not sitting behind a computer typing up emails. I'm actually working on all 3 campuses to make sure that liaison system is effective and delegating work to other members who want to become leaders in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been kind of surprised with the personal attacks being made in this debate, and I just want to take it away from that for now, because we're here as student leaders and we should be voted on our ideas. So both of you mentioned a lot about prioritizing clubs, DSUs, and the funding and the grants that they get. Every year candidates kind of say that. So we kind of have fixed costs, our revenues are the same. Every year we prioritize these student groups, but why is it the same? What are you going to do differently? Where is the money going to come from?
So, Sanam, do you mean the money for just more new events?
Everything that you mentioned in your platform.
And okay, well, first of all, I don't think any of my mentioning the platform was going to cost the student society any more than it already is. I think my experience in the past has shown that I need to work with what's already given to me. You can't just raise student levies. That's never a possibility to do. One thing I've learned from my experience from granting is that we need to make sure that any funding that is allocated to student groups is always consistent and remains the same. It's not because, it shouldn't be one club gets a certain amount, another club gets a certain amount, just because of the merits of me being friends with that club. What I've learned about funding throughout this entire year of my experience here is that it needs to be consistent and it needs to be fair and equal towards every single club that comes, every single club or student group that comes to the Student Society for funding. And aside from that, I've used my experience in this past year to go through other funding as well. Like I remember you yourself were aware of it as well, was the Student Engagement Fund as well. There's also a lot of other avenues that are on campus that allow for funding to be come into, and I would use that experience to help out student groups all across campus.
Okay. I'll start answering now. Okay, Shaddam, a great question. I know the money's not going to go up. We're going to have a set budget that's going to be passed on to us. First, I think there's still a lot of money that doesn't get used up because the clubs, as you mentioned, don't know that there are other avenues as well to get those money as well. But I do think that having a set budget, we have to prioritize. Coming into the board, we will prioritize some events or some other things that is there. We have to have a set criteria of the budget we're giving out. So every club or DSU or club that comes up with their event, their plan, they have to go to that criteria, and we can, on base of that, and their membership, we can give them funds, and hopefully we can secure enough funds for the clubs to throw events so students have fun with it. And also, I'm just going to say that, yeah, you did mention that it is a set budget. Is the way you use it, is the way you utilize it, and is the way you prioritize stuff, and hopefully get students what they want. Thank you.
So, being the very first student life, I had the opportunity to potentially create or start the foundation of what this position looks like as a starting base. My question to you both is, starting something isn't necessarily meant to be perfect, but it gives a direction towards where at least you can take it and grow it to. So given the fact that you're both going to be the second VP Student Life if elected, what were some of the positives between the first Student Life, and what are some of the negatives that you want to potentially do better?
Thank you, Kayode. I think you've done a good job last year being VP Student Life. Something that I really did like of Kayode is like the events he threw, SFU Got Talent, SFU Fashion Week that he's doing, and some other events. What he did is that he involved membership. Rather than running the event himself, he hired students. One of them was me for SFU Got Talent. I think that's a great initiative to I don't know, to get the membership involved, which already is not involved. So get them engaged, let them do the events, let them be the organizer is something I think is really great. So you get them engaged, and then more people know what SFSS is. I think that's a great issue that we could also giving them the platform to showcase their talent. To come forward is something really good that you did. Reaching out to them, Kayode himself, we've been part of clubs, and I know other clubs. Kayode has also always worked really close with all the clubs and ensured them about the facilities that the SFSS provides. And I think that's a great cause. And what I want to continue is to what I want to change is to provide students more services, I think. Thank you.
What's Deepak negative?
I think he ran out of his minute, but yeah, he ran out of time. One thing I'd definitely like to acknowledge is that although Kayode did a great job of getting members involved in his various events that he did, I think that pertains throughout everything in society. The concert had close to 82 other members involved. The advocacy campaigns I've been part of had not just society members involved, but students at large as well. So I don't think Kayode did a great job of it, but I think the entire society does a great job of getting the membership involved in these volunteer initiatives. One thing that for VP Student Life, sorry, I wasn't trying to refer to Kayode. VP Student Life. One thing that I think VP Student Life, I think this didn't get a chance to do, but I think I would like to continue doing is creating a volunteer platform, a volunteer network, so our membership has the better opportunities to participate in the student society. And another thing that I'd like to continue that this year's VP Student Life continued was he did create a lot of new, diverse hype on campus of the student society, a sort of branding as I think he always referred to, and I would definitely like to continue as next VP Student Life. But one thing I want to further work on is the volunteer network that was thought about and spoken about, but I guess you just didn't get a chance to do it, that I'd like to continue on. Thank you.
And just to get the other side, what would you say you would do differently from the first and current VP Student Life?
Is there an order or?
No order.
Something different. I still think he did some great events, everything good, but I think there's more to student life. I think student life is not just parties and events. I do understand that. There are more services that are provided to the students, and most of our membership doesn't know about it. I think so being that liaison between board, is also my duty to pass the message from the board to the students to know about, to make sure that they know about all the services they pay for. They pay us $500, and it's not just funds that we provide them, the law for the services. I was really surprised that most of people didn't know that there's a tax filing services that SFSS provides, and most of my friends have paid $70 to get those filled. So I think that's really important to make them aware, so we have a greater voter turnout hopefully this time, and people taking advantage of our services that are actually provided to them. Thank you.
Okay, one thing that I definitely think that VP Student Life definitely needed to improve on, and that I make sure that wouldn't happen next time, is this year's VP Student Life had a great abundance of ideas, and I definitely acknowledge that. However, events committee was not handled in not a status quo manner, but in a procedural manner. That's the first thing that needs to change in order for the portfolio of VP Student Life to even engage further spread out. VP Student Life had lots of great ideas, lots of events that came out, but they never came in time. There was never a budget. There was never a proposal. There's actually 2 committee members that chose to drop out throughout the term of the year, not just through scheduling conflicts, but due to the conflicts that arise within that committee. This isn't me critiquing just VP Student Life in general, but it's just saying that there needs to be a consistent amount of way how the committee is handled, and I think I've learned from this past year, the first year of VP Student Life, to make sure that I do a better job of bringing things to the table on time, and I have a lot more commitment to standard procedure so everything stays consistent. I repeat the word consistent because that's what was needed this year, and that's something that was not done well by this year's VP Student Life.
Thank you. No, that's why I lost something.
I have a question for both candidates. You both have worked with different student organizations on campus. What are some of the struggles you've noticed, and how can these be remedied?
One of the biggest struggles that I've noticed, and this is definitely, I think we have a great communications department throughout the society, but one of the biggest struggles that I've noticed just as the science representative this year is a lot of student groups, a lot of student unions think it's a really big task to come get some funding from the society. We try to make it a simplified channel, simplified avenue in order for students to receive funding, because that's what the student society is here for. We're here to do things for our membership, right? And we need, I guess, one of the struggles is we need to do a better job of communicating that and showing that the procedural system that we have is actually very simplified and easy. Maybe the granting form needs to become an online resource. Funding is one of the only things, one of the many things that are a struggle, but I'd like to speak about the funding and granting procedure because I think that's the most applicable and most applicable to each and every single member.
I think I have to talk about as you said, about the granting and the budget. That's always been the problem with the clubs, as they don't know the avenues that they can get the money from and the procedure. But there's also a lot more to it. As you said, communication department. I'm being a vice president of Pakistan Student Association right now. There's a new club coming, and I'm scared that how would they know how everything is done. I think it has to be communicated to them. I think we should have, like, I don't know, a more procedural way where a new board when comes in actually know what they're going to do and how everything works at SFSS, so that has to be communicated through them. I don't think so the current way of communicating is helping them, and even the website we have, I think most of people, it's a great website if you want to know about things, but it's kind of, if we have to change it a bit to engage and have more things for clubs, DSUs and everything, so they actually know the way they can actually in a way get to these services that is actually provided with them, and in a way that services are provided to the members of the clubs. Thank you.
Thank you both. We'll go with closing statements, Dr. Hassan.
First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you who came out today. I would just say, to sum it up, I've been involved with Students for Life for 3 years. I've demonstrated my skills through many platforms, working towards improving social life at SFU. I may not be real as these guys, but I'm genuine. I believe in school spirit, and that's why I'm running with a slate that believes in school spirit, that believes in engaging you guys, empowering you guys, and be your voice. And that's why I'm here. So vote for school spirit. Thank you.
Okay, so this time last year, I was in the very same position as an ambitious candidate seeking to become the next science representative. A year later, I'm here again today seeking the membership support in my second term in office. I am a very respectable opponent, I really am. But if you look at the facts, he is not prepared to be an executive of your student society. I myself know that I'm not perfect, I have lots to learn. However, as it was displayed today, today my mirror showed that I'm a lot more qualified than my opponent. Lastly, while voting, keep in mind actions speak louder than words. If you want to compare my opponent to myself, my actions spoke a lot more louder than the words in the past year than the words my candidate has come up with in this past 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you both. You can take your seats. We'll get our VP external candidates up now.
That's right, right? It's external. You have to go out.
Yeah. So you're good thing that and you were super helpful for me. So it's just not going to work here? No, we can't seem to. I mean, I was up an hour ago. Christina keeps working. I'll see if I can like leave class early or something, but it's like a 3-hour class, so don't worry about it. Yeah. Alright, cool.
No, I think we're okay. Should we go? Sure. It doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't really. It doesn't really matter. For sure. We're gonna
Both are in heaven.
All right, we'll start with opening statements from this end. Karan, when you're ready.
Thank you everyone for showing up. So I came to SFU 3 years ago and I joined a LibDub association and we were able to collect largest pool of sponsorship for SFU. And then I joined PSA and from there on we were able to expand our sponsorship network. And then I joined SFU Got Talent team and I realized SFU lack connections with externals. And SFU is unable to raise issues for students.
That's your 30 seconds.
And that's I'm here to solve.
That's your 30 seconds. Blossom?
Hello? Okay, perfect. Hello SFU, my name is Blossom Malhan and I'm running for VP External Relations because I have the skills and the experience required to work with external organizations and the government. I have worked as external and internal representative for 3 corporations and have also been part of the BC Youth Parliament and have volunteered for many SFU events. If elected, my goals are to advocate for affordable education, improve transit, and work with internal organizations to strengthen the undergraduate community here at SFU. Thank you.
At the Vancouver debates yesterday, I got asked what makes a good leader by Hang Yu, the business representative. I gave a mediocre answer to a great question. I thought about it a lot yesterday and today. What makes a leader is that they understand that with their every action, they make other people understand that they stand for other people. I'm Arjan Mundy, I'm running for external. I hope to support innovation, engage community, and improve communication, all just afford a sense of pride within SFU, and I hope to make you guys understand that whatever I do, with all my actions, I stand for my community and for you guys.
Before I begin my statement, I'd like to open by acknowledging that this debate is taking place on unceded Coast Salish territory of the Tsleil-Waututh, Stolo, Squamish, and Musqueam nations. This just acknowledges the fact that this land was never given to the Canadian government and there are no treaties signed on this land currently. My name is Kathleen and I'm running for VP External Relations. I have been involved with the Simon Fraser Student Society for the past 1.5 years since I got here to SFU. I've been devoted to the SFSS and will continue to be devoted to the SFSS regardless of the outcome of this election, and I really hope to continue serving you in whatever capacity that may be. Thank you.
All right, we'll start with questions from this end. You can pose your question.
Okay. So I have a question for Kathleen. Kathleen, when I read your platform, the good thing I like about your platform is it's very clear and you talk about advocacy a lot, which is very good. One thing that I want to mention that when 2 years ago, the election turnout for SFSS was 14%, then it was 9%. So even it was mentioned in advocacy meeting committees that there is a priority and we need SFU elections and we need voter turnout. And you were specifically responsible for communicating this, leading this project to increase voter turnout and also make SFU more accessible. We had lower turnout in Surrey. We had no people show up, like very few people showed up in Vancouver. And even now, if I see only my friends and friends from other teams. My question is, Erik and School Spirit and the real team, we were collectively able to gather more, sorry.
Can you clarify your question?
Yes, my question is, even working with advocacy team for one whole year as a permanent member, you have not been able to raise the awareness for elections for SFSS. How are you capable of leading that advocacy team?
I'm sorry, you're just trying to individualize the blame for a structural problem of the entire society, and that happens across Canada actually with the fact of low voter turnout. Are you trying to individualize that problem and say that's my fault, that the voter turnout is extremely low right now?
I'm not making you responsible. I'm not making you responsible. I'm asking you as a member, what have you done and why there is no voter turnout? And you as a person was responsible, and you are as a member of an advocacy team. So the point comes to you, and as a member I'm asking you, and as an opponent I'm asking you, why there has been no voter turnout? And how do you think that you will be able to lead the team in next year if you get elected?
Okay, so that's a very different question than ask me why I have not, why low voter turnout is happening at SFU and why that's my fault. But I can tell you what I have done with the advocacy committee, which is the fact that I did lead the SFU Votes campaign in conjunction with this political science student union. Again, like I said in the last Vancouver debate, we did outreach to all 3 campuses to raise awareness about the municipal elections. This year, if elected as VP External, something I'd want to do in the future is look towards having in-person balloting. I know at SFU currently we only have online balloting, but I know at other universities and other institutions, having in-person balloting makes a world of difference, because that gives students an opportunity to actually come out and see that voting is happening. And it's not just an at home, I have to check my email. It is you are physically present on campus and able to vote. And that is something that I hope that we can instill at SFU to increase voter turnout.
So they used to be having ballot voting, SFU, and it has been recommended many times by IEC to have online voting because it saves tremendous amount of money. So if you are about to do that ballot voting again, then I think you are trying to increase the cost for elections.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah. Is that
I don't think there's a cost to upholding democracy. So I said I don't think there's a cost to upholding democracy. And if finances is an issue of upholding democracy, I think that just speaks to your principles and your priorities as VP External.
My question is for Kathleen and Arjan. Yesterday you guys mentioned the ABCS and how they can help us do many things here at SFU. What are your guys' stance on joining an external organization such as ABCS?
Okay, well, maybe we can make it fast. Oh, absolutely. Okay, so Arjan and I have actually talked extensively regarding whether or not joining the ABCS is good for the society, and we feel that, and he can continue on whatever gaps I fill in with the statement, that joining the ABCS as an official member may not be the best thing for the society, just given the number of bylaws and our past experience with the CFS and what happened when we tried to defederate and all the regulations and money that cost the society. But we would very much like to continue supporting the campaigns of the ABCS and leading their initiatives.
Yeah, to expand on that, to expand on that, I do believe collaboration with them and any other group like CASA is also important. As Shery will tell you to no end, CASA has done some very impressive stuff in the last little bit. That being said, we really have to look at the bylaws of these groups, see how they're different from what the CFS is, seeing if they are doing stuff different than that, and we have to look at, I don't per se think the SFSS at the moment is set up to really, or is in a good position to join an external organization, but I think they're in a great position to help their campaigns.
Would you like to answer your own question?
What can I respond? Okay, well, that is exactly what I was wondering as well. Those are great responses. I learned about the CFS and what happened and how we lost a lot of money with withdrawing from joining that organization. And when you guys mentioned it yesterday and about how we want to support their campaigns, I was a little worried. I was like, okay, we can't do that. We can't lose that much money again. But it's great. It's great that you guys want to support those initiatives. Yes, you want to support those initiatives, but you are also thinking about our bylaws and our students. Thank you so much for that. That's all.
Would you like to speak about it as well, as the question has to be directed to all candidates or one?
Me personally?
If you would like to respond, you can. If not.
Well, I think they have clearly pointed out the fact that we need to collaborate with external organizations, which is very important if you want to make the claim towards provincial and federal governments, and you want to lobby these governments. Then you have to show that you, as an individual society, have the potential to collaborate with different organizations. So they have clearly laid down the fact that it is an important issue.
All right. Well, Arjan, your question?
I'll pass my question, thanks.
Yeah, I have a question for all candidates. So just give me a second. So with the role of VP External, you do have access to a number of privileged positions in terms of having meetings and priorities with other government leaders. And I guess I was just wondering, if elected as VP External, which ministers of the provincial legislature would you first be interested in meeting with? Take your time. Yeah.
Kathleen, who would you like to answer first?
Sorry?
Who would you like to answer first?
Whoever comes up with an answer first is fine.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I think the question is very specific and which is very good. But I think as a VP External, I would not specifically know the names of ministers, but I would certainly know which direction that I want to go in. For example, certainly I want to meet the Ministry of Education, and I want to ask and get some time from him and see what are his views, especially for getting more funding for the post-secondary institutions, right? I also want to meet the Ministry of Education of BC and ask them their views. It's because if I point out the names of ministers, they will change because we are having the current provincial elections upcoming. So the idea is that I will first talk to the Ministry of Education and ask their views and how can they help our institution and how they can provide us more funding for our students.
Do I have a chance to respond to that?
You have a chance to respond in general, but not to individual candidates. So if you want to respond now, you may.
Oh, okay, I'll respond after that.
That's a difficult question for me to answer because I feel the ministers who I would meet with depend on what priorities the board would set. I don't think I can say I would meet with this, and this minister based on my platform versus my agenda, because everything on my platform is just simply what I will advocate to be the priorities of the board. Once the priorities of the board are decided on, then I will decide which ministers I want to meet with, which ministers make most sense to meet with, which ministers can help us further those priorities as best as possible. But me personally, I am very interested in meeting with the current Minister of Advanced Education, and we'll see who else after that.
Thank you.
When you asked that question, I came up blank, and then my mind exploded, and I was like, I have so many questions to ask. But someone I would approach, of course, is someone who's working with TransLink. I don't know their title, but also Minister of Education, and maybe even the Ministry of Health, because of all the sexual assaults that are happening all over the universities, not at SFU alone, but other universities. So maybe we can work in conjunction with them with coming up with a plan or a program that we can instill in universities. Now, I don't know the details or the numbers that would require, for a program like that, but definitely that's a start. That's where I would want to go. The 3 ministers, TransLink, and education as well as sexual assault. Thank you.
Thank you for all of your answers. I think those were great in terms of ensuring that the priorities of students are met at the provincial level. There was one answer, the Ministry of Education. You definitely don't want to meet the Ministry of Education because you want to meet the Minister of Advanced Education because that's who's responsible for post-secondary institutions and the funding for that. So whoever is elected, I would greatly hope that everyone is able to familiarize yourself with the provincial and federal government policies and legislature structure so you can lobby on behalf of the Simon Fraser Student Society effectively. Another thing I want to point out, I think it was mentioned that there's a provincial election coming up. There is no provincial election coming up. It's a federal, no, I think you said provincial, and it's a federal election that's coming up in October, so I just want to make that clear.
Oh no, I passed my question. Let's get to the audience questions.
Okay. All right, first audience question.
Yeah, so as an audience member, like honestly, +1 people, all of you have the same values. So how are we supposed to know that each individual is different and how, because there's only one position, right? There's only one seat. So as an audience member, I didn't see any difference between you guys. You guys have the same values, so yeah.
Can you clarify your question?
May I suggest that maybe each of the Vice President external candidates can say 1 or 2 things that is really important to them in their platform to clarify that for you?
No, but like as a debate, don't you have to individually represent yourself as a different candidate? Because you guys have the same values, which is it's the same seat, but you guys have the same values. How would you represent each other in a different way?
Would you like me to speak? Can I speak to that?
Sorry, can I just jump in really quick?
Yeah.
I believe this question is what differentiates you from the other candidates at the table. Is that what you're? Awesome.
Yeah, that's exactly how I interpreted that question, and I hope it's okay that I speak first. I think, again, when all of us talk together at the Surrey debate, what we recognize is that we are, yes, we do share similar values, but we all differ in our approaches, and are different in our approaches to our interpretation regarding what the VP external candidate is supposed to do, what the society stands for, and what our priorities should be. So I think that's what differentiates us, and I would strongly recommend, I mean, if you feel that all our platforms look eerily similar, I would ask that you come speak to us or maybe point to some specific points in our platform, if that could help.
Yeah, to echo what Kathleen said, if you have, I'm not sure if you've read our platforms or not, but they are quite different in the ways we go about what we want to do. Yes, we all have the best interests of students at heart. Yes, we do have similar eventual goals, but the way we want to meet those are very different. Me personally, one of my main things on my platform is that I want to advertise the good stuff that's happening within the school to external corporations, to as many as possible, to foster a sense of pride within SFU and foster a sense of community within SFU, because I think that'll really help. But I mean, that's just one interpretation of the position, not interpretation, that's just one way to go about this position, and everybody else has very good ideas as well.
Echoing off of what both of you said, it's true, we do have very similar values. Like, all of us coordinated last night and we decided that we needed to be at the Louis Riel rally before our debates, and so we messaged the IEC and asked them if they could move our debates, which is why we're in 3rd place right now. And so, yes, we do have the same values, but again, like what they said, we have different experiences, we have different ways of interpreting our positions, and how what we're bringing to the table is also very different, and that's what differentiates us.
So it is clear that SFU needs, as an external, we need to advocate student in concerns. It's clear that we need to bring external sponsorship for our society. It's also clear that we need to make good relations with other societies, which regardless of who wins, everyone is responsible. But how we do it and why we do it, that is the main question. Is how I'm going to do is by having a sustainable platform, sustainable procedures that runs through the society, and so that we can make good relations with our externals through my vendor relationship management system. Why I'm doing this is basically for just one reason, is to advocate a sustainable change, a change that is reflected in the values of our society, and the other students that come, like even after 5 years or 10 years, they are able to see that sustainable change. And if your question is how I am being different in terms of other opponents, then I would really suggest you to look through our platforms. Thank you.
Further questions? Oh, sorry.
Hi, so the role of VP External is quite a large one. I was wondering what you think the biggest challenge in this role would be if you were to be elected, and how you would solve that.
No, go ahead. Thank you for that question. I feel like a similar question was asked at Surrey as well. And so what I feel like one of the biggest challenges would be the lobbying part, lobbying the government, because again, it's a conservative government that we have right now federally, and they know that students tend to vote more on the left spectrum side of things. So why would they want to listen to us? Why would they care about us when they know that we're not going to vote for them? So bringing other universities together, talking to UBC, talking to Kwalin, and getting together with their students and bringing all the votes together, I think that would be a great incentive to make the government listen to us when it's not just 26,000 votes, it's 100,000 votes. I think that is one of the biggest challenges that we will face, is to communicate with other universities and to lobby the government, and a way to solve it is to just work together. Thank you.
So to echo what Blossom said, yeah, one of the biggest challenges I think in this position, other than making sure the board's priorities align with what your priorities are, is making sure the government takes you seriously, making sure that you can lobby them effectively. I think this problem stems back a little bit further than, yes, of course, you want to work with with ABCS and whoever else you can, but I also think you need to make sure that you get a good voter turnout from your students and from all the students. So I think one of the biggest challenges that will be involved with this is making sure that you do proper outreach, making sure you have a plan with the advocacy committee to do some sort of campaign to make sure that SFU votes like Kathleen did, and make sure we get a good word of turnout so we can effectively lobby the government.
Okay, so I think there are main 3 challenges as VP External. One is definitely prioritizing. So as a board, I get only 1 vote out of 16. So the challenge would be to prioritize my ideas over others. And another challenge would be effective communication. I feel like students lack the knowledge of knowing what's going on within SFSS, and that is really important to have a channel that gives effective communication to these students. Another point that I feel is having a strong support system within SFU so that we can potentially create good relations with our external organizations. Thank you.
So as Blossom said, this question was, a similar question was posed at the Surrey debate, and I think I'm just going to reiterate my answer, just so not to take away from the answers that were already said, which I strongly believe in are all true in terms of the challenges of VP External. But for me personally, balancing the on-campus and off-campus advocacy in terms of like lobbying the provincial government and getting together with other universities, that's going to be, I think, the biggest challenge for me is balancing that, especially with, because I only take public transportation for environmental reasons. So for me personally, to have to use the transit system while lobbying for better transit, I think you can understand why it's problematic or it's difficult to improve our conditions when the structures in which we are working in are kind of working against us. So I think balancing, again, on-campus and off-campus advocacy is going to be the biggest challenge for the VP External.
Hello everyone, you're all doing very well, congratulations. My question is regarding conflict resolution. There are 16 personalities on the board, 16 different opinions, and they have to reach individual decisions. They have to decide on one thing. As a result, sometimes there's conflict. And because you're the VP External, a lot of the messaging that comes out of the board, you have something to do with, or at least you will convey that message. So my question is, how would you manage conflict as a spokesperson internally, and how would you go about trying to manage conflict between 16 people throughout the decision-making process? Because it will have an impact on your position, and it's likely that there will be conflict naturally as a result of 16 opinions butting heads. Thank you.
Is there any order?
Go ahead.
So, being a business student, I know the fact that conflict exists in every organization. I have started my own company 1 year ago, and we also had conflict. Conflict is natural. You can't avoid it, but what you can do is you can manage it. And I come from a background where I started working with my dad when I was in 10th grade. So working with a lot of different teams and working with diverse people, I have seen how to tackle them. So how you tackle them is very easy. Is you challenge their values, you base your argument from their values, and then you build on it. So if there's an internal conflict for some issue, I would definitely take values that we have in our constitution, right? And I will promote those values within the board, and I will question them, okay, if this is something that you want to do, how does it support the values of the organization?
Whoever wants to go next.
Well, before we ran for election, we had to talk to Pierre, and he mentioned that yes, there are 16 different personalities, and they will clash with each other, and that can stop, that can hinder the functions of the society, and that's not what we need. One of the reasons I joined a team was because we all have similar values, so Team Real, we all have similar values, we have similar ideas, we want to work together. But of course, not everyone on the Real team might get elected, so how do we work with people who have different ideas? Well, this might sound cliche, but communication is the key. And so, that is what needs to be done. Of course, there are different ways you can communicate. You can, have an open communication platform in your society, or you can have like an anonymous box where people can, where people can, submit their problems or requests and, talk about what happened. And I think that's how I would resolve it, by making sure everyone communicates and no one just hates on each other. Thank you.
So, first I'll deal with the conflict resolution part. Conflict resolution is hard. My mother works in HR GBC, and she deals almost exclusively with conflict resolution. She utilizes a technique that she likes to call conflict theater, which is basically like acting out your feelings and stuff like that. A little bit too touchy-feely for me, to be honest. That being said, it is useful. And if it gets to a point where we can use that, maybe that's something I can look at, but that isn't directly in my role. For me, open communication, as Blossom says, is key. I find that a lot of conflict sometimes stems down to miscommunication and mitigating miscommunication. If you can understand where the other person is coming from, understand what they're saying, understand what their point of view is, conflict is a lot easier to deal with. Of course, my messaging from that would have to stem from whatever the board tells me to say. And of course, the stuff that I'm going to go back to the board and I'm going to say that, look, we just can't say this to this organization because we told them something completely different. So it depends on the relationship we have with the organizations. It depends on the relationship that what's going on at the board. I'm sorry, I'm out of time, aren't I? It depends on many things.
Thank you.
Todd. So I just want to reiterate the communication piece is really important. Another thing I think is really important is the separation between personal and professional views and values. For me personally, I have my own personal stance on a lot of issues, but I think there will be times where I will have to separate that and perhaps maintain a neutral position in order to maintain the professional side of things and ensure that we can all cooperate together and work together to achieve what's best for the society. As council chair, as many of you know, if you've ever been to a council meeting, the debates can be pretty heated and people can have very diverse perspectives, and maintaining that position of neutrality to ensure all voices are heard is something that I'm used to doing and something I feel very capable of doing at the board level.
Hi. So first off, you guys are being really civil to one another. It's great to see. I wanted to address something that is near and dear to most students' hearts, and that's transit and its plans for the future. I want to hear your opinions on both the upcoming changes to the Surrey routes, should the referendum pass, and also the planned changes for the Coquitlam area when the Evergreen Line opens as to routes towards campus, and whether you agree with the current direction, how you would address those issues, and your general thoughts. Thank you.
Any order?
We'll go the reverse order of last time.
That sounds good. Because I can go first. I'm going to, because I know there are students or candidates here who are from Surrey, so I'm going to speak to as a former Coquitlam resident. Lived in Coquitlam my entire life pretty much, so I'm going to speak to the Coquitlam changes. When the Evergreen Line was announced, there was a survey put out by TransLink to outline the proposed changes. There's going to be a number of bus route changes. So for instance, the 143 I don't think is no longer going to be in service anymore, and instead, or it's going to be on reduced service. So students can instead take the SkyTrain. The survey was sent out to ask people their opinions, and I think moving forward to have consultation with our students should these changes be negatively impacting their commute. I personally think that the Evergreen Line will in fact benefit students, but I also think what would have really impacted students and would have really made a difference is the gondola project. I don't know if anyone has heard about the SFU gondola. It was supposed to be a priority of the TransLink board, Mayor's Board, but unfortunately did not make it on the list, so perhaps relooking at that would be something I'd be interested in doing. Thank you.
So yeah, Kathleen mentioned consultations. I think that's pretty important too. We need to find out what students' concerns are, what students' issues are. Around both the things you mentioned, sorry, where is Erik? I need one to speak to. Around both the things Erik mentioned, the Surrey campus routes and the Bunbury routes, there are things there that students will like, there are things there that students won't like. I want to find out exactly what those are in order to best lobby transit. Once we know what those are, we can move forward and actually figure out, okay, we need this. This is how we're going to get it. Here's some solutions that might work for that. So that's my response to that. Thank you.
Well, I think the transit plan is a great idea. We need it because the cities we live in are growing. They're not diminishing, they're growing. I was talking to representatives of the referendum in Surrey, and they were saying that it's going to take between 5 to 10 years to fully complete the whole project. And we can't wait that long. But one of the things that they were saying is that, for example, the 319, which is sort of like the 145, which takes people from Surrey to SFU Surrey, they're going to turn that into a beeline. They're going to turn the 135 into a beeline and 145 into a beeline if the transit referendum passes. If it doesn't pass, I feel like what we can do is we can ask TransLink to at least increase the buses during rush hours, because that's a priority. We don't want to be sandwiched between people going to and from the university. It'd be just nice to, have a little bit of space, have buses that come more often during rush hours, and that's my view on TransLink. Thank you.
So I'm an international student. TransLink is actually my first best friend. So when I came to SFU, I didn't know where to go, where to come, but TransLink luckily connected me to various different locations. So I feel the importance of TransLink is very, very significant to our student society, especially for our careers. So definitely you need to advocate to have better TransLinks for student society, for students, and it is like Blossom mentioned that if it's going to take 5 to 10 years to fully transform the system, then it's a very long time, and as student leaders we need to collaboratively advocate and see what we can do. Thank you.
Melissa? She's okay. This will be the final question, just in the interest of time. Sorry, she was up first.
Specifically, how would you lobby TransLink?
Start with Arjan this time, and then go one line here.
Maybe not, I'm still working on an answer.
Does anyone have an answer for prayer?
I think I have this. Okay. Well, lobbying is of course hard, and we can't just lobby TransLink because we want to, because they too have to deal with cuts from the government. So yes, it's not fair for us, but it's not fair for them either. So something, like I was saying, I don't want to outright lobby them and be like, give us 135, give us 145, we need a train down to Surrey. We can't do that. I mean, we're students, we're learning in universities, we know that's hard and it takes years of planning. So something that I wrote on my platform that I would ask TransLink to do is just to increase buses during rush hour. That's the least they can do. And how I would do that is, we can collect data. I'm pretty sure we have data. I'm pretty sure they already have data. They're a huge organization. And just say, look, this is what we need. And here's a little bit of funding that you are going to receive, and so use that. And so basically just working with them and making sure that the least they can do is increase buses during rush hour. Thank you.
So, to lobby TransLink, obviously, as Blossom said, it is a difficult thing to do. I think what I would do, first and foremost, I mentioned consultations when I last spoke about TransLink, and I think that is the first thing I'd do, because I'd want to figure out what our main concerns are, and then try to show interest around that. Right off the top of my head, I'm going to think that, our buses, as Blossom mentioned, is going to be something that we want to look at. So, okay, let's get a petition circling around that. Let's get a bunch of students who are interested in speaking about that. Let's show interest. Let's show TransLink that yes, we have a body of students, a large body of students, who is interested in this issue, so it needs to be one of their priorities as well. That's, I think, how I would go about lobbying TransLink.
Great answers from both candidates. I'd just like to say, I think one way we can all focus on lobbying transit is by registering through Elections BC and voting in the upcoming transit referendum this May. So I think that's the first way something we can all do. The second thing that I really think that would be important is to prioritize meeting with the Mayor's Council. So the way in which TransLink is structured and the governance of that is through the Mayor's Council, and there's a TransLink Board of Directors who administer and take care of transit at TransLink and all its operations. So I think prioritizing meeting with the Mayor's Council will be the most effective way, because they are elected by voters. So I think lobbying them and having meetings with them would be really important. Another way I think would be really good would be to lobby the Minister of Transportation, Todd Stone. Who knows if he will still be the minister of the day at the time when we're elected, but lobbying the Minister of Transportation, I think, wouldn't hurt in helping our cause to improve TransLink for all students. Thank you.
So we have UBC, we have Douglas, SFU, Kwantland, and so many different universities in Greater Vancouver. Now the transit's revenues, they are going down because of people are not buying the passes, right? And then our expectations from them is tremendously increasing. The one problem is we are trying to forget is the participation of FIC students. We have so many international students staying on campus and using TransLink. And TransLink, if we are not able to communicate that we have these FIC students who are in need of TransLink almost entire day of their life, then how can we lobby and advocate the students' interests? I think we need to support FIC students and provide them some kind of advantage, or give them access to U passes so that they can also be part of TransLink. Yeah.
Thank you all. So we'll go with closing statements, starting with Kathleen.
Starting with me, okay. So thank you all for coming out again, and I am available after the debate, and I'm going to be available on campus pretty much the whole day, because after this I'm going to the GSW SSU bake sale and then the SUS Cards for Humanity event. So there's lots of things happening out today. I encourage you to check them out. But feel free to message me with any questions or concerns that you may have. Like I said at the beginning of this debate, and like I said last year, I'm going to continue working and serving the Simon Fraser Student Society as it has my utmost devotion, and regardless of the outcome of this election, I encourage you to vote, and thank you. So
as I said in my opening statement, I'm here not for wealth, rank, or personal honor, but because I want to try to serve my community as best as possible and stand for them. I believe that all the rest of my fellow candidates are here for the same reason. You have no bad candidates here, and I'm really happy with this bracket actually, because there's some real collaboration here and everybody's going to work with each other. Me personally, whoever wins, I'll try my best to make this role as best as it can be. And I really want to thank my fellow candidates and all of you guys for being here today. And yeah, thank you. Please do vote.
First and foremost, I just want to say you guys should vote for the transit plan. We don't want to let that go to waste. And just to close it up, it has been an honor debating in front of all of you. I would like to thank you for listening to us and for taking an interest in your student society. Vote real, vote blossom. Thank you.
So I was able to complete my opening statement. What I was trying to say is the SFSS lacks support with the external organizations. We are unable to communicate with our students what we are doing. Part of my campaign, what I did was actually, I can show you right now, is I talked to students and I asked what they want, right? These are the issues that we need to advocate, and we are not doing that. This is school spirit.
All right, thank you all very much. You can take your seats. We'll bring up any referenda representatives now to talk about those questions.
Yeah. So 5 minutes and then questions.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you all for coming out. It's good to see people that are involved in student democracy and that you guys are taking an interest. That was a good debate, very civil. So what I'm here to talk about today is kind of a less sexy issue, and it's a referendum campaign regarding a reallocation of a levy that we collect. Currently, we collect a $10 levy for the Space Expansion Fund. And what this fund does is it spends money on maintenance for SFSS leased space, which is the Maggie Benson Center, as well as it spends money on renovations. Now, over the last decade, there's been sizable renovations to the Maggie Benson Center as SFSS leased space. However, looking forward, there's really a relatively minimal need for renovations for SFSS lease space for the Maggie Benson Center. And the money that we currently collect for the Space Expansion Fund is essentially, we don't need all of that money. We don't need the full $10 per full-time student, which comes out to about $600,000. We roughly need $150,000 for maintenance at most, and about $150,000 per year for renovations. So that comes out to $300,000, and we currently collect for it $600,000. So on the other side of things, however, we have the general fund. And the general fund takes care of pretty much all the day-to-day activities that you see with the SFSS. It pays for the wages of staff, the stipends, club grants, DSU grants, the FBS, pretty much every main thing that you can kind of think of the SFSS mostly comes out of the general fund. Now, as we look forward, the general fund, wages increased obviously with inflation. There are various other increases. The student population has been increasing over the last several years. Looking forward, the general fund will require more funds, more of a cash inflow, more funds coming in, which means a higher levy. So instead of asking for a straight up increase to the general fund levy, what I'm proposing, and it seems like it's got all the board members supporting as well. I'm the official campaign endorsement for it, but is a reallocation of $4.75 per full-time student from the Space Expansion Fund levy to the general fund levy. And it should be noted that a lot of these campaign promises that you hear today about, I don't know, anything from increased advocacy support, better events, you know, IT infrastructure updates, anything like that, any sort of new expenses that candidates like to talk about requires funds. And the current state of the budget for next year is quite tight, and I hate to say it, but a lot of these promises are quite impossible without additional funds in the general fund. So this reallocation really doesn't hurt anyone. It's just an efficient thing to do at this point, and it requires a referendum vote to do so. Anything that requires a change in funds, a change in levies, so that requires a referendum vote. And so I think this is something that everyone can kind of get behind. And it's really needed for the society, and it ensures financial sustainability down the road so that future boards don't have to need to ask the students for an increase to the general fund. If we just reallocate now, that takes care of that problem and ensures smoother operations next year, and a lot of these promises hopefully can be fulfilled. So I really encourage all of you to vote yes to the space reallocation. It will be on the same ballot as all the other candidates. Please don't skip the question. It's very important that you vote for that question just as you would for any of the other candidates. And so yeah, at this time I'd like to invite any questions that anyone might have. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, well, thank you all. Yeah, good luck with the rest of the debates. No, Shery, our president.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. My name is Shery Buchert, and I am the president of the Simon Fraser Student Society. Today I'm here to talk to you about why I believe that you should vote yes for the proposed reallocation to support the SFSS Emergency Food Bank program. So I know that there's many candidates here, and you've heard me talk about this before, so please bear with me. So the proposal that's going to be on the referenda ballot for the spring 2015 general election is a reallocation of 25 cents per full-time student and 13 cents per part-time student to directly support the SFSS Emergency Food Bank program. This is a reallocation, not an increase, from the existing Space Expansion Fund. As Adam has just explained to you, we have this money that's coming in that is being underutilized. So this proposal would take a small portion of that existing levy and target it to the Emergency Food Bank program. The Emergency Food Bank program, already this semester, has supported over 200 students in a state of food insecurity, and last semester supported 173 students. The program is based out of the SFSS General Office in Burnaby. Students may access the program up to 3 times a semester and get a voucher valued at $25 that can be redeemed at Nestor's on Burnaby campus for $25 worth of food supplies. The program was recently expanded to SFU's Vancouver campus, so students who are based out of Vancouver can also access that program without having to take the trip up to Burnaby. And currently, the Food Bank Working Group is also almost has completed expanding the program to SFU Surrey campus as well. And additionally, we have another layer of the program where students who live in residence can redeem the vouchers at the dining hall, and if you live in residence, you can actually have the vouchers delivered right to your door. We're also working on getting food vouchers redeemable at other grocery stores to better meet the needs of things like families who might want to utilize the program. So it's really, really important for students who are in a state of food insecurity, and by voting yes for this proposal, you will be providing long-term funding for the program. It would generate approximately $16,000 per year from the targeted levy. We have an agreement with SFU Student Services negotiated where they will actually match that contribution up to $16,000 per year, which would provide an annual budget of $32,000 for the Emergency Food Bank program, which is going to be enough to meet the current needs and ensure that for years to come, students will have that support and have that surety, which we think is really important. So for all the candidates in the room, you are allowed to endorse referenda proposals, and I would really strongly encourage you to support this publicly. It's really important. And if you don't already post it on your Facebook events, please expect to hear from me this weekend. I will follow up and encourage you to post it publicly. So yes, it's really, really important. It's not a fee increase, and it's really a frontline support for students who need help the most. So for all those reasons, I really do encourage you to vote yes, and also express your support publicly for this reallocation. Thanks. Is there any, and I'll answer any questions if anyone has them. Well, good. It's a no-brainer. I think so too.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break, so if everyone can come back at 2:30, and we'll get going with our next set of debates.
Should I stop?
Candidates want to come up to the stage for me? That'd be great.
Just for you.
What? Just for me. Just for me.
Your turn? Framing? It's really far away. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Make sure Allison gets a chance to see it.
All right, we'll get started with opening statements. Darwin, you can go first.
Hello everyone, thank you for coming today. My name is Darwin. I'm running for the office of Vice President Student Services, and I'm representing the team entitled REAL, Responsible, Experienced, Accountable Leaders. I want to acknowledge that while all of my experiences and all of the things I feel are my strengths can be found on my platform, I am not without my own imperfections and weaknesses. I am not perfect. But I just wanted to say thank you to all the people who have supported me up until now and for being here today. I'm looking forward to this debate. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Shery and I'm also running for the same position. Why I'm running? I think I'm running to advocate on behalf of all the students who pay millions of dollars every year, and I believe that they should get the real value of the services they pay for. And a lot of students are not aware of the services that SFSS provides, and there needs to be done. We have to create more services such as job opportunities and such as employment services, such as accommodation services, and we really need to improve our FBS. So I have really good plans for that. I will open the stage for the questions if you have.
Thank you. Darwin, you can pose your question if you'd like.
My question is actually the same as I asked in the last debate. In the last debate, Shery, I asked you if you could please tell me which service you think is the most important service offered by the Student Society. Last time you said that you feel like they're all equally important, and I respect that, and if you'd like to stick with that, absolutely, that's okay. But I'm very curious to hear your thoughts on this question, which is why I'm asking again. Thank you.
I would still say that all the services are equally important, because I mentioned earlier, students pay millions of dollars every year. They pay $750 every month to all the board members, so I think all the services are equally important for us. I would mention a few if you like. FBS is currently in losses, and I think we really have to work there. Tax filing is one of the services which is underutilized. We really need to work hard on that so that people know, because I believe there is a business club. They do tax filing for 1,500 plus students every year, and I'm sad to see that SFSS cannot do it. And we have copy center services and all these services, and I want to create a job opportunities platform and the off-campus accommodation platform where students can look for on-campus job opportunities, which our vendors provide, and off-campus accommodation, because a lot of international students come every year, and if residence gets full, they really look for the place where to find the job off-campus accommodation. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that answer. I think they're all good. You highlighted a lot of commercial services, which I think are important, and you are absolutely correct. They lose quite a bit of funds. However, I disagree with the idea that all services are equal. For example, we provide a popcorn machine to clubs as a service. At the same time, we provide a universal transit pass to all students so they can commute from one campus to another and to this university, which was described earlier by a teammate of yours as a commuter campus. Furthermore, when you look at the health and dental plan, I think comparing that health and dental plan to something like a button maker we lend clubs as a service as well isn't valid. I don't think they're equal. I think one is certainly more important than the other, and I'm not trying to take away from any of the ideas you have. I think many of them are valid. But what I would point out is that this is a campus, commuter campus, and the UPass is vital to that. On your platform, the word UPass is not mentioned once, and neither are the negotiations coming up for that service. I'm out of time, thank you.
Yeah, you were certainly right that all these services are highly important because you charge them different amounts of money for these services. And I would agree to the fact that SFSS is doing a great job in providing these services. But the thing is, we have to move on and we have to see for the improvements that needs to be done in all the services, because all the services are not important. What I'm saying is, SFU student pays, I think, around $400 something every year for the services, in which includes dental health and all the services that SFSS offers. I am actually trying to say that all the services should be utilized completely. All the students should get the real value of the money they pay they don't pay $750 to us just to say that this is highly prioritized or this is not. They pay so that we make all the services provided to them. They pay so that they are aware of all the services SFSS paid offer to them. And if I know people go off campus for the tax filing and they pay $50 to $70 there. Thank you. Yeah, I have a question, and I would clear it in the beginning that I'm not trying to attack or I'm not trying to do what happened for the VP internal service, or sorry, VP student life. So it's certainly not like that. I'm trying to make fact, logical fact, and I'm trying to talk about that. So your next term's plans are amazing, beautiful. But I was going through your last year's platform, and I do not see any of those promises being fulfilled completely, or most of them, I would say. Would you please tell us 3 to 5 things that you have done this year as VP External that you mentioned in your last year's platform? I'm asking this because this year you are again saying so many things, like you would introduce the database, you will negotiate with UPass and insurance companies, and these are all really good things, but if you are elected, how would you be able to do all this in your term if you could not do much of whatever was promised in your last term or this current term? Thank you. Again, I'm not attacking on him, or I'm not.
So that was a two-part question. I'll start with the first. So last year's platform, many of those things have been done or have been attempted for certainty. For example, public relations. Our website's traffic is the highest it's ever been. Social media traffic is at the highest it's ever been, which are both claims I made to improve on. We've allocated many resources to that. Advertising in general, I've created a whole new program proposed and accepted by staff who manage the program on how to completely redo the advertising and the way it's done and the way it's completed. Build SFU was on my platform as well. We spent a lot of time investigating sponsorship, but came to understand that it's too soon. There are many improvements that still need to be made to build SFU before you can start looking at acquiring that kind of money, because it wouldn't make sense to do so in that way. Furthermore, looking at all kinds of government relations, I mean, we went to Victoria twice. I went in the summer regarding Build SFU. I wrote a letter to the Ministry of Transportation. At least I edited it from Shery. I've been working a lot on that kind of work. I had a meeting with the Mayor of Burnaby regarding the SFU gondola, so on and so forth. We have a meeting on the 20th with the Minister of Advanced Education. Thank you.
Yeah. I basically asked for 3 to 5 things that you actually did, and I still didn't get the answer like you actually did.
It was all of those.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you both. Do we have any questions at this time? First question. Yeah.
As VP Services, will you support the Food Bank Working Group, and if so, how?
Sorry, which group?
The Food Bank Working Group.
Okay, I can answer to that. I certainly support this because I feel it's one of the services I think current referendum is trying to do, and they are trying to provide to SFS students. And I certainly believe that it should be done, and I'm in support personally. I will not say as a team or something. I personally believe that should be done, and it's really good for the student service. Yeah, thank you.
Before I go on to answer that question, I just want to acknowledge all of the work that has gone into the Food Bank Working Group this year. We've had a number of board representatives, Shery Buchert, Sharina Skarcha, Sadnam Khan, Ayla Kuner, among others, and SFSS staff who put in a lot of time and work. The SFSS Food Bank is not on my individual platform, but as we are a board and as we are a team, if prioritizing that working group is done, I will happily contribute in the best way possible. Furthermore, I would highly encourage students to support this idea. While I originally do not like the idea of targeted funds as financial practice, that financial practice would not justify not looking into the opportunity to create that program in the first place. I think there's a lot of opportunity for students in need for food options to be able to pursue them in detail. I think this food bank offers people, it offers a lot of people a lot of opportunities that they wouldn't otherwise have, and I think extending those to other campuses has been excellent as well. Thank you.
So over the past week, we've heard a lot of words thrown around that range from sustainability, engagement, transparency, accountability. So, what I'd like for you to do, each of you, is outline exactly for you, Shery, how you will be transparent, and Darwin, how you will be accountable with regards to these specific projects. So for Shery, in carrying out the SF Unite line, which is something that you said you'd like to see succeed in the following year, and for Darwin, the IT databases, how would you ensure that accountability follows the progress of that project, and how would you, Shery, ensure that transparency follows the progress of the Nightline project? And I don't have a preferred order.
Whoever wants to go first.
Well, thank you for the question. Excellent question. I think accountability, and this was mentioned by the presidential candidate on our team, Zied, in the last debate, accountability and responsibility go hand in hand. You give yourself a responsibility, and being accountable to that means justifying the actions and decisions made in that regard. I understand that I have not been perfect, and I've made many mistakes up till now, but I've always done my best to justify every decision I have made. I've always worked hard to be clear. Regarding this database, my hope is that I can show the rest of the board, once elected, that this database is something that society needs. We need to enter the information age so that we can be relevant. It's 2015 and we push paper, a lot of paper, and to do so is absurd if you want the honest opinion. Even if the funds are not available, if the space expansion reallocation fails and so on and so forth, we can look to providing professional development to someone on staff to learn how to construct a basic database. And hopefully we can acquire a member registry to put inside that database, because it's the first step to making all of this happen. Thank you.
So a really good question, and thank you for bringing it up. So Nightline, which has been deactivated or which has been not activated since 2011, I really wish that we can work to bring it again on campus. How would I work on spreading awareness, you said? Or making it transparent, right? Yeah. So we can do a lot of things about that. So first of all, SFSS students pay so much money to us, right? Once SFU students is admitted in SFU, we can give him a brochure of all the services, which will add up to transparency, that what we are doing actually, or what SFSS offers. 1 point. Secondly, we can go to classes. We can, like, SFU students pay $1,750 per month. Why don't we create any committee which goes to classes every semester and take 2 to 3 minutes from the professors and talk about what SFSS is offering to them, which will also add up transparency. Third, SFSS booth on all the satellite campuses, which can talk about whatever we provide. Thank you.
Further questions? No further questions. Okay.
Do either of you want the opportunity to ask one more question to the other?
Sorry, it's not fair.
It would be for both of you, the opportunity.
It's not fair to others.
Okay, all right. Then we can move into closing statements. Oh, you have one? Okay. Melissa will ask the question.
One question, final question, I guess. How, as VP Student Services, will you extend services and workshops to Harbour Centre and Vancouver campus and Surrey campus?
So I can answer that question. I mentioned before, like, there are a lot of students who are taking classes in the satellite campuses, but they barely know what SFSS is or what they do or what they offer. First of all, we can introduce TV screens, or we can use which are already there to actually portray or show whatever we are offering. Secondly, how would we take these services there? It's, again, going to the classes, telling them about the services. It's, again, SFSS booth. We can install booths there. At least one booth we can afford, at least one, so that SFSS students know that if students on these satellite campuses, they see, and if they have any question about all these things or about anything, they can go to the booth and they can get the answers for all the questions and the services. I believe this is it. Thank you.
So the question regarding expanding services to other campuses. A lot of that is being done now. I'm very happy. The food bank program has been working excellently, and I think there are many other examples as well. I know Shireen's been working hard on them. But the thing with expanding services to other campuses, it's difficult. We have no space on the Vancouver campus, as my teammate Brady mentioned earlier. The Surrey campus, we're actively working on making these things happen. I think a big one is space. You know, we have the Build SFU project that no candidate seems to want to talk about, even though it's our biggest project. But space expansion on other campuses, that's an opportunity as well. And I think that's worth looking into, because although Build SFU, I believe, is a very good project, and I think it stands for a lot of the things I believe in as far as the future of the organization goes, it shouldn't preclude providing the same things to other campuses. How will I go about doing that? Well, the first step is research. We need to look into what can we do, what's feasible and what's realistic. From there, we can start looking into how it gets done. VP University Relations is an office responsible, and if offered, I would be happy to work on something like this with them, because expanding services is a huge part of this office, the office that we're running for VP Services. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is a similar question to what I asked to Student Life. So the Student Services was initially a split position from the MSO, which was the Member Services Officer. The split came about because there was a need to focus on outreach for clubs and DSUs, but at the same time providing services and stability in terms of how we support the community with services. Kindly state on the positives of student services this year and the negatives.
I don't know what the work of another person has to do with my candidacy in this position, but I'm happy to answer the question. I think a lot of the work towards the extended health and dental plan has been good, implementing different phases, different options, giving people the ability to opt down, advertising opt-outs. I think all of that work means a lot. I think if you look at number of claims made and number of opt-outs, they've both gone up. That could clearly, could arguably be a demonstration of better communication towards those projects. If we look at the food and beverages services this year, one thing that the board did that I'm really happy about is that the board decided to rearrange the way it's budgeted to reflect true costs. We had operating costs separate from the actual food and beverage itself. We put them together, and what it does is it does make us look bad. It makes the deficit look more. But that's the number it's always been. But what this does is it shows people the actual cost, and it's more transparent in that way. I think a lot of the work that the board asked the current VP services to do was good. I think the motions tasking him to work on concerts and so on and so forth, I think those have a lot of benefit to students, and I think events are a service we provide. They're not on my particular platform, but I think they're helpful.
First thing to me is commitment. That's very important. And why I'm saying this, as you mentioned, FBS is in losses, right? It's in losses. Unfortunately, and it's very sad to see that we didn't have any FBS meeting for this semester, which comes under services. And I tried to access the minutes, but I couldn't find any, which shows that there was no meeting for FBS. So first of all, commitment. I will be focusing more on whatever I'm elected for, and what I am given from the board, and what comes under my job description. And I would say that I believe that health insurance claims have gone up, but the number has gone up too, the number of people who have opted out, because I believe that students are not aware. Personally, I was never aware of the insurance plan, which what it totally covers. So again, thing comes to the main point, awareness of all the services which SFSS provides and charges for millions of dollars every year.
Thank you.
Hi, I have a question for Shery. You talked a lot about people not being aware of the services that we offer. I'd like you to answer a question about which services you think people are not aware of and why that might be.
I would say that let's ask this question to the audience. What they know about SFSS and what services they offer.
Sorry, I'd like you to answer specifically.
Okay. Okay, so tax filing is one of that, which is underutilized. Is it, Darwin? Underutilized? Tax filing?
Can you say it again?
Tax filing service is underutilized. We provide workshops to all these club executives. Barely club executives go there. I have been the president of a club. I have been the vice president. I never got anything except one email. this is underutilized. FBS isn't bringing in losses. Students are not aware of these losses. They come to know about these losses or profits, or sorry, not profits, revenues, when we have debates during election period. The whole year, no one talks about it. SFSS meetings are so interesting that no one goes. I barely see students going to the meetings. Honestly, I barely see students going. I will not blame SFSS board members for that. I think we all really need to work on this to make it in a way that the students show up to the meetings.
Thank you. You make a good point. I just want to kind of be aware of what main services you would like, because the tax filing service is a workshop we offer. It's not one of our big services.
Well, it's not important to you or not big service to you. To me, as I mentioned, all the services are equally important to me, but still I would answer the question. I would say that students barely know about their full coverage of $260 they pay every semester. International students pay $353 for gardening. I'm not sure if all of them knows. And there are many services we can talk about. So yeah, I think this is it. Thank you.
This is a question for both of you, and we'll go in that order, I guess, since you were talking last. Both of the, or sorry, my mistake. Some of the presidential candidates, I think 2 of them, hence why I said both initially, but there's much more. Some of the presidential candidates have specifically food and beverage service plans in place in their platforms, both a $5 pub menu and a Toonie Taco Tuesdays. And I was wondering what your opinions are on these specific plans. Thank you.
Very good question. Excellent plug. I think as we move forward, looking at the ability to offer lower cost food options on campus is vital. I think being able to try and spread those is even more important. As for the specifics of being able to make them happen, I personally am not aware of how realistic that is. I am not the current VP services. I'm not privy to those. I don't receive regular reports from the general manager. Arguably the entire board should. That's a question of an internal efficiency thing, which I do have addressed on my platform. But what I will say is that if we can offer less expensive food options to students, all the better. If we can do that without hurting the deficit, that would be perfect. But you really have to do research and have information to be able to base that call, to make that decision. Because if we're going to look at providing all of these less expensive options without looking at financial impacts, that wouldn't be fair, because it's all student money to begin with. So I think that's also very important, and it seems I'm out of time, so thank you very much for the question.
I will totally agree with the fact that he mentioned that it needs to be consulted. Board members give the direction to the society. I think it's the management who needs to work on this, and I would make sure if I'm elected, and I hopefully will be, that I consult with the management, especially the pub manager or the FBS manager we have, if it is realistic to say that we will be able to do it, or it's just to get votes. I shouldn't say this, but I don't see. I should not say that, but I believe that we need to consult with the FBS manager about all these things before giving such statements, so I would not say anything except this. Thank you.
Last one.
It's too short, sorry. Great hat, Erik, by the way. This question is for both of you, but more so towards Shery. You've said that to you, the tax filing is just as important as, say, the UPass. Now, the tax filing is used by maybe 100 students, whereas the UPass is used by the entire membership. So then, how is it that if something is as important as the other to you, how would you prioritize which one you need to spend more time on? Because this job goes by very quickly, and there's a lot of things that need to be dealt with very quickly. And for Darwin, same question. What is your plan of action for prioritizing what needs to be done?
Really good question, Rohan. Thank you. I would say that not 100 students use tax filing. I think a lot of students work here. and half of undergrad students work and all need to do tax filing every year. And I don't want them to pay $50 to $70 if they pay $50 every semester to us for this service. Why should they pay $50 for more every year? It's not that important as compared to the insurance or the other services we provide, but I would not say that it's less important than that. Again, I would mention students pay millions of dollars to us. They pay $17.50 to us. We should consider all the services equally important. The scale of the services can be smaller or larger, but importance is equal, I believe. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just gonna answer. My plan for prioritizing is on my platform. There are 5 items. 1 of them is a new thing. 3 of them are overall improvements to what exists, and 1 of them is negotiations for the UPass and the health and dental plan. The premium for the health plan is up. I'm the only candidate who mentions that and mentions wanting to renegotiate that plan. The UPass contract is expiring. I'm the only candidate that talks about renegotiating that. I think that the UPass is one of the most vital services in this university, and that's how I decided to prioritize. The contract ends either way, so it needs to be done, and that's where I focused. I focused on what were needs and what we can really do to try and improve things. I know that 1 year is short, and I know there's not a lot on my platform, and it's for that reason. Consequently, I picked those 5 points specifically with the idea of looking at 1 new thing, 1 that will take up a majority of time, and 3 that are overall improvements that I hope the whole board will share those sentiments with me. I think they're all incredibly realistic. I think there's a focus on what can be done there. Thank you.
So I have a question for both of the candidates. So you have been talking about lack of awareness, especially Shery, that students don't know about these services, whereas we have tremendous amount of services that are being provided to students by SFSS. Is there any avenue or any other services that you want to introduce for students, or any other areas of improvement within the services that you want to introduce for students? The question is how are you trying to add more value into this position? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Darwin. It's a really good question. I have mentioned 2 services that I would really like to add in student services. First of all, it's employment services, and secondly, it's accommodation, off-campus accommodation platform. We have a lot of vendors on campus who are dealing with us, with SFSS, and I believe they have a lot of job opportunities every day, every semester, every few days. And I believe that there should be 1 platform on SFSS website where students can look for online job opportunities which our vendors provide, or just in general whoever provides, so that we can give them this service. Also, off-campus accommodation. Usually in fall and spring semester, residence gets full and students look for other places. I really want to see a platform where SFSS is helping students to at least to look for the places. And I would say one can argue that we have Craigslist, but international students do not know about the Craigslist. But if we have it on SFSS, international students would know about it, definitely. Thank you.
So that question looks at spreading awareness and looking at introducing new things. So I'll start with the awareness. This year I proposed an entire plan to completely restructure the way the society advertises everything it does. And it concentrates its communications work in the office best suited to perform that work. Karan, you were actually at the town hall that the board hosted, and I've hosted many other town halls as well, where students came to us and said, we don't know. It's the exact things that Shery's talking about and you're mentioning in your question. So to address those, we came up with a new plan to approach it. We streamlined everything as best we could to put it in the office best suited to perform it. And improvements are going up because, as we can see, all of the traffic on all of our online platforms are at the highest they've ever been. And I think that's a sign that it's working, although obviously there's clear room for improvement, as you guys have outlined already. As far as looking at introducing new things, I think right now it's 2015 and we don't have any kind of IT. That's what I want to introduce. I think to do that streamlines everything. It provides the platform to actually engage student consultations, to look at what people need and look at what they actually use.
That's your minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Just in the interest of time, we'll go with closing statements. Shery, you can go first.
First of all, I would like to thank everyone who came here to listen to our debates, last one. I believe that most of you would know, and the current board members of SFS would agree to the fact that I have great experience of serving communities in past 2 years, and I have the required skills that I have gained over the past 2 years because I have been in executive of clubs. I have done as junior business analyst job in 2014 and other experiences. What I believe is that I can do this job, and I'm not the one who will claim a lot of things, but I will make sure whatever I claim, I will do it. Vote for me, vote for School Spirit, because School Spirit is real. Thank you.
When I started at this university, I was a long-haired kid who went to Frosh and didn't know a thing. Over time, I got involved and I got to really love this place and love the people who I work for and work with now. Over time, I've developed all these experiences and learned all these new things, and it showed me what kind of potential the student society has, and I want to help it reach that potential. I just want to thank Shery for being such a great opponent. I want to thank my team for all of their support throughout the whole process, and yeah, I couldn't be happier to be here. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. You can have your seats.
And last, I would like to thank all of you guys who organized the debates. Thank you. I forgot to mention.
Thank you. We'll get the finance candidates up next.
Honestly, Melissa?
I'm just curious. Just wanted to know. You mentioned it.
Barbara, you can go with your opening statement whenever you're ready.
Hi everyone, so my name is Barbara. I'm a fourth year business student. I'm running on having an understanding of the society, having an understanding of the financial structure, having sat on CPR, FASC, so the Constitution and Policy Review Committee, as well as Financial and Administrative Services Committee. I have experience within SFU and other areas as well. I'm ready to take on a representative role for our student body, our undergraduate student body at SFU. And I have a realistic idea of what's possible to be accomplished within this position. So I'm looking forward to where today goes.
Hi everyone, I'm Karan Thakur. I'm running for VP of Finance for SFSS. I just want to start off by saying that all the candidates here are doing a phenomenal job, and I have a lot of respect for you guys. And I think you guys are really engaged, you guys are really passionate people. But I really want to draw your attention to Adam Potlin's point. We are making a lot of promises, we are making a lot of statements, but are those realistic? Do we have the finances? Do we have the operational abilities to actually make those things happen? If you vote for me, I promise to make sure that if you are promising something, we will put it on the table and we will work on it.
Okay, you can ask your question when you're ready.
Me first?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So I, as a voter as well in this upcoming election, I have noticed in your platform, as we all refer to each other's platforms, an annual budget of $50,000 for clubs and events. As a student voter, I also know that there's a discrepancy of $160,000 between the reality of the annual budget from last year till now. And I'm wondering, how can you reconcile that with your financial background? How can students have a trust for what you're bringing to the table when there is such a discrepancy, and how could they trust you with that? Yeah.
Thank you for asking that question, Barbara. That's a great point. And I basically want to let you know on this. As I was doing my research, as I was considering running for this position, I found it extremely difficult to actually go through the minutes, to actually go through the statements and look for adequate information that I was going to use for my platform. I do understand that that's a mistake on my platform, but I want you to realize that this is a common problem to all members of SFSS. All students don't have a good understanding of what the SFS is and where the finances are going. And I just want to say that there's absolutely no transparency in the way the SFSS functions. For example, how many of you do actually know that the SFSS is actually investing money in green tech startups? I pose that question to a lot of students and people are shocked. They don't know. It's crammed there somewhere in the FAST meetings, but that's all it is. I think this is the level of transparency that we need and we require from a governing board for this society.
All right, so just a first point, I do understand that financial statements aren't something people usually understand. With your background, I would expect that reading a financial statement wouldn't be trying. I Googled SFSS financial documents and it came up as the first hit and I clicked on it. So that's how I found it. But that was just to address that Adam Potman has had an initiative in order to make it more transparent. There are pie graphs actually as well in addition to the financial statements, which are actually a little more accessible in terms of a transparency issue. What I bring to the table is that I'm able to not have this learning curve ahead of me. I have had an involvement with the last year and a half. I come into the position ready to serve as your VP of Finance, and I don't need extra time in order to address issues that don't actually exist.
Again, thank you for bringing up that point. I respectfully understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate the fact that you understand that experience is an absolutely necessary thing for this role, and if you don't have experience, maybe you shouldn't be running for this position. I can absolutely assure you this too. Yes, it's an error that I've made, but if you do look at my platform, if you do look at my history and the experiences that I've had, you'll know that I'm well advised in business, I'm well advised in my financial acumen, and on top of that, I know what I'm actually talking about. For example, you made a promise to actually bring in bonuses for the executives on the SFSS. And at the same time, you're also looking to reallocate more funds for club activities. I mean, with the funds that we have in place and with everything going on, how is that even a possibility? And is that even realistic? I know you're running for real, but I don't think that's real.
It's just a response. Okay, thank you. Oh, I thought that was like back and forth twice, so that's...
So he still has time to respond.
So I'm responding now again?
No, that was your response. Just to clarify, was that your question further?
No, my question was about the financial statements, so I thought it was out of order, but thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
So you can pose your question now. You still have 10 seconds left to respond. Finally, if you wish.
Sure. I want you guys to understand that this is a position that requires credibility. This is a position that requires experience. If you look at my platform, go look at my LinkedIn profile and talk to people that I know, they will tell you I have the experience and I am somebody that can work with other people. I am somebody who doesn't look at people and I am somebody who puts personal differences aside.
Okay, Karan, you can pose your question if you'd like.
Barbara, I understand that you have been involved with the FAST committee, but I wanted to ask you, what are some of the other relevant experiences you have outside of school, managing finances?
All right, so in terms of the day-to-day functions of this position, the functions that you're carrying out are signing check requisitions, you're looking at budgeting for the next year, and yes, we have invested in green initiatives. Personally, I have also worked for my dad's business. He has a flooring business. I'm an administrative assistant for him. I cover a lot of his finances administratively, which is actually directly relevant to the position in terms of the day-to-day. Furthermore, I think it's very important in this representative role to have an understanding of what students are wanting you to bring to the table when you're going to the board of directors meeting, when you're speaking on behalf of students at FASC, making decisions in terms of the finances. So my position, my experience is twofold. Not only do I have it outside of school, but I also have it within school, and that's what you need to bring to the table in order to be successful in this position.
I understand you've worked at your father's business, which is phenomenal, it's great, but I've actually built up a business, and I'm in the process of building up another business now. It's one thing to take on one role, but it's a totally different thing to actually start up a business, because if you're starting a business, not only are you managing finances, not only are you managing people, but you're also managing the roles and responsibilities of others around you. You're responsible for people around you, you're responsible for the stakeholders around you, and that's the experience that I bring to the table. I'm the type of person that's always open to having any sort of discussion and always willing to understand other people's perspective. I'm not hard-headed whatsoever. And you know me, and you know what I do, and you know what I've done, and this is what I'm going to do. And this is something that I take pride for. I understand that this is a debate, but I also feel that we should not be attacking each other on personal levels. And I feel that this should be a friendly environment. And if there is somebody here who's not from SFE and watching some of the debates that have gone on, it's just not something that SFE stands for. It shouldn't be something we should be doing anyways.
Yeah, so in terms of having a relevant experience, I just would like to emphasize that coming into this role, I have experience within the SFU community. I come into the position having a 1.5 year experience of volunteer experience within the SFSS on committees, as well as outside of the SFSS with this Student Senate, with being a business rep on the Student Health Advisory Committee, being a new student orientation leader, being a delegate for the Model UN at UBC, and I feel like what I'd like to express is that I'm ready to take on this role because of my past experience, as well as like what I want to do in the future. Like I want to serve students. I want to be here in order to just make this place an even better place that I already love, and just to continue that. So thank you.
Questions starting here?
Question for both candidates. Is the Simon Fraser Student Society in the business of making investments?
I would say the Simon Fraser Student Society is in the business of expressing the interests of the student body, expressing the interests of its members. And I believe that if investments are needed to be made, then that should be consulted with the students and with the membership. We need to set up an investment advisory committee, and we need to have advocacy with the students, so students actually understand that if their money is being invested, it's invested for a reason, and where that money is actually going, and what are some of the risk measures set in place to ensure that we're not overexposing our investments.
A short answer is no. What the Simon Fraser Student Society is here for is to advocate and provide services for undergraduate students. The initiative of investing in green funds is just to support the advocacy of there's a divestment movement going across Canada right now, and what we wanted to represent as a student society, or what was the intention behind that, is to support the green side with the money. However, making investments and using student funds to make investments, little not that there's not even funds to do that, and that's not actually supporting student services. I would not be investing money of students, because I don't think that's what the function of this nonprofit society is.
I have a scenario question to you guys relating to stipends. So yeah, I guess it's pretty interesting. Scenario questions haven't really come up as far as I know. In the hypothetical situation that a committee chair comes to you and tells you that they've noticed that another board member who is named to a committee has billed for a meeting that they haven't attended, and there's proof of that via minutes, what would your course of action be? What would be your next steps?
I do believe that there is a committee for that. The stipends, I'm sorry, I don't recall the exact name.
Stipends Appeal Committee.
Thank you, the Stipends Appeal Committee. Coming into this position, I understand that there is a lack of just even an accountability measure that's in place, that's tangibly in place. And I think that that is a problem, just because if you have someone that's not attending committee meetings and they're getting paid for it, that's an inefficient use of student funds. You're paying someone for that. You're paying someone for that for someone that's actually not coming and doing their job. So I do believe that I would try to ultimately decreasing the stipend that's issued to them would be something that I would work towards.
I think that's an ideal scenario to talk about and bring up to this debate because currently we're using a timesheet, which is, I have no understanding why we would be using a timesheet in the process and in the organization in 2015. We need to implement a system where everything is done digitally so we don't have these sort of problems. But if this problem had come up, I think the best thing to do is to actually bring up a board meeting and prioritize and make sure that people understand that this is an ongoing issue and this is something that needs to be dealt with. And because this is a non-profit organization, it's a student-run organization, this needs to be transparent. This needs to be mentioned. This needs to be discussed. That's what I would say to this.
So basically my question is for both of you. As you guys specifically know that the SFSS runs on a very tight budget, and as the other candidates have already talked about plans for expansion or even sustaining what they do any of you guys have any ideas for new sources of revenue, basically revenue generation sources? Thank you.
Again, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that question. We have granting committees. We have various committees that grant funds to clubs and events and for events, but we don't actually have an organization or a committee that's actually focused on drawing funds for the purposes of the SFSS. And if you were to elect me, I think that would be a priority that we would need to set at the board, because I do realize that I'm only one of the 16 elected members, and this is something that's important to bring in more funds. And to do that, I think looking at funding options through grants and other various initiatives through the community, it's an ideal thing to do.
I think that neutrality is something that comes up with when you are looking for corporate sponsorship. As a nonprofit society, we work around over 2.3 million of student funds. I think to answer the question of what are new sources, a possibility of a new source is the new is just what Adam was speaking of to the referendum question. We have the possibility of over $300,000 that's going to be freed up that likely will end up in the unrestricted surplus. However, right now in the 15-16 budgeting, that's not something that's been completed yet. It's still in the process. So in order to answer exact amounts, those aren't yet available. They will be available by the end of when one of us hopefuls will be entering office. But I would stress the lack of neutrality and just asking outside sponsorship for the student society. I would be very concerned about that.
Great, thank you. As Barbara mentioned, understanding financial figures can be particularly challenging for non-business students. What platforms do you guys plan to introduce or enhance existing platforms for non-business students to understand what you're doing with their $2.3 million?
Yeah, I would love to answer that question. So in my platform, actually, I have a plan to use something that was started by current board members called SFSS Shorts, and in that I would like to just express in a way that's much more understandable to students that aren't in business how the financials work within the society. Because I know that when I was starting, and when you're starting to make decisions within the facts as a student at large, it was confusing, and I'll be honest, even as a business student, when you're sitting on that committee, you're making these decisions, but in order to figure everything out, it did take a little bit of time. So making some kind of, within the SFSS Shorts online media, as well as making simple pie charts to just reflect what the financials say, and just make it easier in terms of visuals like that.
I think that's a great approach, but I think we really need to have open room discussions where people can actually come in and ask questions, where we can actually sit down and explain to people what's actually going on. And posting information online is great, and we're already doing that, but we need to disseminate this information in ways that people will actually understand, in context that's relevant to them. So if somebody's coming from a club asking us information for money, that needs to be available in their context, needs to be available so that it's relevant to them. And I think that can best be done if we have more open office hours where people can come in and talk directly, and also have more events where the community can come and ask questions, and where we can actually have presentations.
So next year, whomever gets elected as the executives of the SFSS will get paid over $120,000. For the people who are kind of standing around not listening, these people will get paid over $120,000 of your money collectively. Have you reviewed the publicly available timesheets of the board of directors that are available on the SFSS website? If so, do you see any issues with them? And if you see issues, do you have any plans for improvement or ideas for improvement?
Yes, I have looked over the timesheets. They are extensive. There are 16 board members, each of which do fill out the timesheets. Within the timesheets, I do believe that there is a lack of accountability. The approval of the timesheets is based on just them being filled out, submitted, and the VP of Finance accepts them. The VP of Finance submits theirs to the president and they accept them. When people are running on their platforms and when they have initiatives that they want to carry out, those aren't necessarily controlled with the timesheets. And I do believe that a contingency-based pay perhaps could mitigate the concerns of accountability. But I did also want to mention that the board of directors are very driven individuals, but in order to mitigate some other sides of some situations where that's not necessarily the case, that I would want to implement some type of reform in order to mitigate that.
Thank you for asking this question. I just want to bring to everyone's attention that this question has been asked repeatedly. And I feel and I understand that it's probably because of lack of trust, and there's some sort of distrust between the current board. Perhaps there's a problem that's been ongoing. But to get over this problem, first of all, that needs to be addressed, that needs to be understood. And secondly, I'm coming back to this point again, we should not be using timesheets. It doesn't make any sense to use timesheets if we are going to have this sort of problem. We've had this problem in the past. We need to use a computerized based system that's actually assessing who's coming in based on what they're doing. And in terms of bonuses, I believe it's great to motivate people, but at the same time, again, I think that if you're running for this position, if you're running for the SFSS, you should already be motivated. And I feel a lot of us are motivated, and that's why we're here today. That's why we're taking out time from our busy schedules to come out here. I feel if money is an issue, if that's what you're after, maybe get a job somewhere else, perhaps.
Okay, so the word transparency has been a buzzword that has been thrown around elections all the time, in every single election I've experienced in my lifetime. And I think the issue with finances at this point in the SFSS is less about transparency and availability. So thank you, Adam, to making them all available online. And more about making this information understandable, kind of easily digestible like a taco. How would you make this information more relevant to students? So you have the pie charts and you have the pie graphs. Why should students care about them? And breaking down the financial jargon to make them understand. Because I've been in similar positions like this before. It's great that we have the pie graph, we understand it, but do students look at it and understand what's actually going on?
That's a great question. And I think that this is something that we need to look at a more macro level, at a more holistic level. The only way you can make someone understand something is if they actually know and they actually understand what it is that you're doing for them. So you asked the question, how will students understand and why would they understand? I think, first of all, we need to engage the students so they understand what the SFS is and what they're doing, so that it's not just the 8 to 10% voter turnout, it's more than that, right? It needs to be given, that information needs to be provided in a way that's relevant to them. I think relevancy is huge. People need to come out and actually understand and take responsibility and take ownership for what's going on at SFSS, not just as elected board members, not just people who are closer to this circle, but everyone who is at SFU. I think this goes even further down to SFU alumni as well. And I've had discussions where I've been told that some SFU alumni don't ever want to come back to SFU because they haven't had those experiences. So that's why.
In terms of bringing the financials even with more clarity and showing people where the money's going, I think bringing it down to a personal level and showing the financial structure for the example of a SFSS shorts clip that will tell them where the money's going, how it works, and what services they are ultimately able to get. So bringing it down to their level, showing them where the money is going, but also how it benefits them, because it's coming out of their pocket. So showing them where the flow goes and how it can come back to them. Because I feel like some students are perhaps thinking that they're just giving the money to the SFSS, but aren't sure how it's coming back to them. So showing the full circle would be what I would strive to do.
Hello, doing great so far. My question is for Karan. Being previously on board, I'm pretty familiar with how the timesheets work. It's not physically a timesheet that you hand in to anybody, it's online, and you enter your hours, what you've done with the description, and it tallies up your hours. And it's the VP Finance's job to look over those hours and double check to make sure everyone's being true. Obviously, some things get confused between the board of directors sometimes, but you keep saying that the timesheet isn't a good solution to keeping everybody accountable and make sure that they're being honest with their time spent for work. So I'm just curious to know what your solution is to this.
In any situation where you're actually asked to put in a timesheet and actually you're asked to fill in how many hours you've worked, it's not feasible to have cameras following you around 24/7. That isn't the solution. I feel that there is a huge level of distrust between the current board, and that is the reason why this question is being posed over and over and over again. And I think that maybe that's the reason why there needs to be a turnover and new people need to come in. But in terms of my solution to this problem, it's very simple. You need to have an open discussion, you need to have communications between the members of the board, and you need to understand that we're all there for a common cause, and we're all there for a good reason. And if we're meeting our goals, if we're meeting deadlines, then this is an issue. If we're putting in 30 hours, that's great. If we're putting 35 hours, even better. But if we're only putting 20 hours and we're still getting the job done, that's okay too. It all comes back to trust and communication.
Closing statement? No. Oh, the question was for me too. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Sorry. Yeah, that was only for Karan. Okay.
I think I'll get the last question. Okay. I just want to ask something more broad picture for both candidates. How are you going to save students money, and can we keep away from the buzzwords and the jargon? And like, I'm specifically looking at your platforms, and one thing that stuck out was internal efficiencies that Karan mentioned. So what's the plan? Are we getting rid of departments? Are we getting rid of certain operations? Are we getting rid of staff? What's happening?
That's a great question again. So I emphasize operational efficiencies, and the way of doing that is actually to reallocate money for clubs. Because at the end of the day, I think if we're making an impact, it's through the clubs. Well, that's one of the ways to do that. And I think we need to reallocate the funds based on the amount of students these clubs are servicing. So if there's a club that's servicing 500 students and that club's putting on a lot of events, then that club should have access to more funds versus a newer club. For example, my club, Entrepreneurs Club, which is recently established, and it's got about 20 or 30 members right now, that's it. And if that club is also asking for the same amount of funds as a Accounting Students Association club, then that doesn't make any sense. So I'm not looking to cut back on anything. All I'm saying is we need to reallocate funds based on data, based on what's actually being produced, based on results.
All right, so I think that the way that grants are currently issued to clubs, that is something that they try to address based on the event. Funds are therefore allocated. Furthermore, for efficiency within the society, I think that the hiring of an HR coordinator is going to add a greater efficiency, and it's not going to have a great shifting of funds. In terms of efficiency, I think that the 300,000 that's coming in, I think that that's being reallocated. I think that seeing where student needs are greatest. I think that allocating them there. But in terms of efficiency, the coming up for the fast grade now, there are the presentations that are coming up. So just looking at those and seeing where, perhaps looking at the financial statements and seeing like where the funds are already going and seeing where they could perhaps be cut down on a smaller scale like that.
All right, thank you both. We'll go with closing statements starting with Karan.
I just want to thank you everyone for coming out today and for allowing me this opportunity to really give back to the school. And I know the school's done a lot for me, and all I'm looking to do is return the favor. So if you do vote for me, I promise to make the school a better place. It already is a good place, but I can promise you that I can work hard, and I can work with people, and I can get this done. So please vote for me. Thank you.
I'm running on the basis of past experience that's relevant and therefore giving me the ability to represent students and represent them well. I have a work ethic that I've shown through my past involvement within the SFU community. I have shown my involvement within the SFSS, and I have realistic goals that I want to accomplish and serve students better ultimately. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. You can return to your seats. We'll get the presidential candidates up next, please. We have an hour for the president, is that what we said, or just go until
What do?
Yeah.
We need one more chair.
Is that somebody?
Oh, sorry, that's okay.
All right, Katie, you can start your opening statement whenever you're ready.
Hello guys, thanks for coming. My name is Zied Masmoudi. I am a fourth-year political economy student, and I am the current VP Student Services at your Simon Fraser Student Society. Some of the projects I worked on this year include the oversight of the Enhanced Health and Dental Plan, the switch over to the Campus Card, the general meetings with the highest attendance in the recent history of the organization, as well as the 2014 Fall Kickoff. And today I'm really proud to be here running for the president position at the Simon Fraser Student Society, along with a team of responsible, experienced, and accountable leaders. Thank you very much.
Yeehaw! Well, now that I've actually got all your attention, I really want to explain to you that I really do have what it takes to take this leadership role on. I think I have connected with almost all of the candidates that are running in this election, at least shaken their hand once or twice. I feel that I can lead this team, whatever its makeup turns out to be. I have led larger teams than this who are in charge of bigger bodies, and I'm really excited to do it. Thank you.
So, this is my fourth time running. The first time I ran, I lost. The second time I ran, I got disqualified. The third, when I got disqualified, I learned, got involved, created experiences, initiatives that are sustainable and still within the community, and I ran again, and I won. My name is Kayode Fatoba. I've done a lot of things within this community, but we're gonna speak about my faults today. I'm here, potentially vying to be your president.
Can you hear me? Sweet. Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Enoch Weng and I'm hoping to serve as your next SFSS president. I've been heavily involved within the SFU community for the past decade now. And through my involvement, I've really come to appreciate student advocacy as well as fostering communities. For me, one of the biggest things I can bring to the table is my transparency. And I can promise you this, is that I promise to always be honest, even though my voice might waver at times. But yeah, but that's me, and I'm looking forward to everything. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Johnny Aether. It's been a real pleasure to meet all of you. 3 things I'd like to discuss today. Student advocacy. I think that every student has a voice and deserves to be heard. And if I have to do that personally, I will. Secondly, I'd like to talk about governance reform. I think that the SFS can be more efficient. I think that we can accomplish more. Lastly, I don't think that the SFSS should be so intimidating for students. It shouldn't be off-putting. I want every student to have a reason to care and feel like they belong.
My question today is for Kayode. Part of the job of the president is to ensure compliance and enforcement of all relevant collective agreements and staff relation policies, as well as acting as a liaison between the board and its employees. You have been on the board for a year. How would you describe your relationship with the SFSS staff members?
Really good question. When we started our position with the board, one of the things we noticed was already problems between the staff as well as elected representatives. To take it further, some of you might remember the peak where a board member accidentally slapped someone. With regards to my relationship with staff, I think that what I have realized is that there needs to be programs within the board that creates a better relationship between staff and these elected students. Once you start to realize that there's a lot of trend in terms of the political instability that causes a lot of emotions, you start to realize that where are the programs that's actually preparing these people to work together? Where are the relationship building initiatives that's helping each other? And really that's what I plan to do. Create a better environment whereby staff and board work together to learn about each other.
I'm sorry, but that was a complete deflection of the question and you did not answer. The incident that you mentioned has nothing to do with the SFSS staff. I guess the one thing that you mentioned is creating a friendly work environment. However, based on your experience this year with the SFSS staff, I guess the best way to describe it is to say that it has been very concerning. Look at the minutes for public knowledge. Concerns raised from the communications office, concerns raised from the minute taker, concerns raised from the general office. I am really concerned as a student, if you're gonna act as a staff liaison officer, how are you gonna lead this organization from the front, and how are you gonna create that friendly working environment?
You have a minute to respond.
Cool. I think the best thing is by example. By example, individuals have said that they feel concerned because they feel concerned. Definitely in terms of my personality, if it's very concerning to them, part of my responsibility is to look at it if it's just Kayode or if it's an organization-wide thing. Part of what I'm planning to do as an elected representative is to create programs whereby we're actually learning that this is an environment of different individuals with different personalities. I think that our staff, our students first of all, so definitely there becomes an avenue whereby on 2 different sides there's political clashes. You have our minute taker who's the president of SAS, right? All of these things are important political relationships that within the organization needs to be addressed. And I think creating programming to start a foundation for better political environment is important.
Thank you. Thank you both. Erik, your question?
All right, so my question is for Zied. I had a chance to take a look at the timesheets that you posted for this last year, and I added up some numbers, and it turns out that you've spent just shy of 800 hours working on 2 evening events. This is equivalent to roughly 11,500 of your stipend dollars, and nearly 10% of the budget for both of these events combined. Just for 2 evening events. I realize you didn't just solely work on that. It only took up 52.3% of your time. And I'm wondering, since our previous student services debate talked about how many great student services that there are and how they all matter, what policies, if you're elected president, will you bring forward to prevent yourself or other board members from spending this much time on something that is affecting less than 8% of students?
Thank you, Eric. First of all, let me clarify. My timesheets do not reflect most of the work I do. I do work more than 200 hours a month, and I'm only required 220. So timesheets are not the best reflection of the actual work I do. Second, I understand your point about the concerts, but I don't see concerts as a one evening event. I would not put that much time into it if that was the case. Concerts are a great opportunity to engage students. In the previous concert, we had over 100 students working on that event. That gives them experience, that gives them school spirit, that gives them the ability to make decisions and to make things happen on this campus. And more importantly, I think it brings people together. I think everybody's concerned about having people not showing up to debates. While most of the people I see in this room have been involved with me for various concerts and various events in the past. I think these events bring the community together, and they bring people together at SFU, and they foster this community.
Thank you. I do agree with you on that. I also think that, and I would like to publicly state that I am actually in favor of having a concert on campus. I just do not believe fundamentally that a board member should be spending 800 hours of their filed timesheet time working towards one particular service, no matter what the service is. I feel that concerts should be moved towards an events committee and should be moved away from the executive.
Sure, I totally see your point, and I do respect it. However, first of all, I'm not sure how you got the 800 number, because the way timesheets are, there's a column for projects, and if I say that I worked on the spring jam or the fall kickoff, it does not mean that the entire hours that I worked were actually for that one specific project. Second of all, I respectfully disagree with you. I think an executive member should lead these projects. These are projects that are worth at least $80,000, $90,000. They require signatures, they require discussions with the city of Burnaby, they require discussions with the RCMP, they require signing documents such as the facilities agreement with student services, and they require important conversations that happen at a high level, and I only think that an executive member of the board of directors should be able to carry these conversations.
Yep. Really great point, Zied. Very well put. While going through your platform from last year, it stated you'll be working on reducing the deficit of the FPS, keeping prices at a minimum because students complain about how expensive the pub is, and continue to subsidize products and services offered by the society. Now you're running for president. Within your platform as president, you stated you want to provide students with cheaper food options on campus. And in quote, I would like to change the menu of the Island Pub to include $4.95 food menu for all food on the menu. Now, given your position is student services, describe how and what you did this year and why it is the president that should be dealing with services, given your power as student services is to provide all of those things. that you stated you were going to do?
Sure, thank you very much. And I do actually appreciate the question as opposed to just throwing it out there earlier. This is not a project that I'm willing to work on because I am running for president. This is a project that I have been working on since August last year. The reason it did not happen yet is merely technical. Our kitchen supervisor has been away for almost 2 months now. These are things that are out of my control. I'm not saying it to get votes. I'm not saying it just because it's a nice thing to promise. This is something I have been working on for more than 6 months. And should I be elected in office, I will continue my work with the SFSS Food and Beverage Services General Manager to make it happen sooner rather than later. Thank you.
As you guys probably heard before, it's extremely hard to find minutes from commercial services. Commercial services is where conversations about the services and the value they provide for students take place. I find it extremely disappointing for someone to be working on something that's long-lasting and is taken into his platform as presidency when they didn't even have meetings for the whole year to the entirety that the general public is able to get the information. I feel that in terms of student services, you've heard the current student services talk about the need for student services. So for me, I think it's important to really concentrate on our portfolios right now and do our job.
Thank you. An executive member of the board of directors are required to work a minimum of 120 hours per month. You do the math, how much time are they going to spend in meetings? Not even 1/10 of that. And so it is not my job to do everything that I am doing in meetings. My job is to work with the appropriate bodies within the SFSS to make these things happen. The candidate for student services earlier said that this kind of work needs to happen with the SFSS Food and Beverage General Manager, and that's what I have been doing because that is my duty and that's how the job is carried. I don't understand why you have a concern with that.
I get to ask a question now. So my question isn't as heated as most of the others, so it's going to be a simple one, hopefully. So my question is regarding everybody. So it's regarding strategic planning and vision. I know that a lot of people put in their platform vision setting and goal setting. However, through my experiences with learning change management and project direction, that's just 1 step out of 8. What are your concrete steps, or what are your next how are you going to achieve that? Because I already have some things that I want to achieve, but I didn't see those on your guys' platforms.
Who would you like to answer?
Anybody can answer.
Okay, so something that I'd like to see left behind for, I guess, subsequent generations of SFSS board members is I'd like things to be streamlined. I want things to be efficient. I want people to understand their role and know what to do. So what I would like to see is an outline, instructions, some form of instruction where these people can sit down, communicate with someone, understand their role so they're not stepping out. Basically governance reform, very similar to your platform. I'd like to see the people perform their role and delegate responsibilities to the people who it should be delegated to so that their time can best be spent organizing and keeping things efficient. So if that involves hiring someone or finding a new position or eliminating other positions, I think that there's a lot of room for improvement, and as long as people are aware of what their responsibilities are, I think that that's what's most important right now.
So, for me, I think providing value for students in the sense of resources for clubs, but at the same time, a simple example would be creating a different tier system for our members. If we use the concert, for example, I want to have a membership price. So that means if members who already pay for the society, you'd be paying $5 for society events as opposed to a non-member that's charged $15. In terms of outreach, I want to have pop-up shops around the satellite campuses. I think definitely students coming to the general office
to inquire about the SFSS that's located at the second floor of the MBC, which students don't know about, might probably be a really good way to advertise ourselves. Or we could put tables around campuses and actually hire a volunteer outreach team that isn't paid by Build SFU dollars. I want to be transparent in terms of consulting clubs and individuals before putting questions of and relating to them on the agenda. Yeah.
So, to better understand your question, I would just like a quick clarification. You're asking specifically what our vision will be for that goal setting, or?
It's more about how do you achieve your vision, or kind of what are the different steps you can work towards?
Perfect, thank you. I certainly see communication with students as a very important vision, and being that as it is, I plan on having a office hour once a week in the AQ where students come and talk to me about their actual issues. I really want to foster an open door community within the SFSS's structure. Beyond that, the governance reform bit is something that I plan to work as a board on collectively together with brainstorming, and furthermore then take that to the students as a proposal rather than try and pass it internally or anything of that nature. I feel that we really need to build up the FSUs in order to allow for this governance reform to take place. And last but not least, a formal code of conduct really needs to take place within the SFSS, because it's been something that we've needed to have for a while now, and it's been dragging.
Thank you. I think there's two necessary steps in order to achieve that. The first being the strategic planning. I think the first item of business after the orientation for the board directors should be the strategic planning, setting goals for the year, setting the number of projects that the board wants to work on, and then collectively divide resources based on these projects to make sure that we're efficiently using our resources and our staff. And then the second piece would be the consultation. And this could happen through surveys, could happen through the AGM, and most importantly, more advertisement for our meetings that are open to the public and to the membership to come and raise their concerns. Thank you.
Can I respond? Oh, sweet, I'll respond to my own question then. Okay, in terms of that, it's when you set a vision for organization, it's good that the board of directors have it, but you're setting a vision for the organization. The organization itself needs to know it, and that's something that I want to focus on. It's bringing students into SFSS and getting the word out there. I really echo with what Johnny and Eric said about governance reform, as well as having open office hours. Something I think that a lot of times we miss out on is our student volunteers. We have a lot of people who volunteer for our events, but I feel like they don't really get that recognition that they do. For example, the student ambassador program right now recognizes students for the involvement they do. I being one of them, as well as serving as an engagement peer. We regularly help students get involved, but SFSS, we don't have that component. I feel like that's a really good opportunity for us to work towards and engaging students. And once they're involved with it, they know our vision, then that just carries further. And then once one person knows, another person knows, they get their friends into it, and soon after we'll have a unified community. And that's kind of some of the steps I can take towards building that vision.
So this is a bit of a personal question for you guys. So thanks to my fantastic party, LAN party, I've learned so much, and I've started to care so much more than I ever thought I could. And I now have plans for, even if I don't win, I'm going to continue to show my commitment. So now I'm curious about you guys. If by some unfortunate chance you don't end up winning, what are you going to do to continue to show your commitment and involvement to the SFSS?
I don't need a position to be involved with this community. This has been my home for the last couple of years. Most of the people sitting in this room are my best friends. I have dedicated the last couple of years to serve this community through various positions, through various initiatives. And even when I did not have any formal position, I created my own. I created my own initiatives. I created my own events. This is my home, and I don't need a position to serve this community. I don't need it. So
I'm a self-starter. I tend to be motivated on very primal instincts almost to just take part in things. I've started multiple clubs here at SFS or SFU, and they're running really well right now. I have started a DSU in my first degree, the Music Students Union, that is still up and running, and I always have that commitment and that fingerprint on the SFSS, even if it's not in a leadership role, and I will continue that.
I think at the core of it, every leader is taking initiative. Individuals wouldn't be at this level trying to advocate to be your elected representatives if they hadn't taken initiatives to get involved, to create awareness, to create initiatives. And I think that all of those become leverage to mentor individuals that they can do this as well. So I think that the smallest form of involvement that we can do is be able to share our experiences of what it meant to be at this level. While you failed, it becomes an experience that all the other DSUs, all the other executives of clubs can learn from, because they potentially are going to be running for this next year. So really from the mentorship of the confidence of us putting ourselves out there, at the basic level would be what I'd be willing to be able to give to people, as well as like small posters around campus, since it's starting to become trendy. Like, yeah.
I'd like to start off by saying I'm a huge Disney fan, so as many people know. So I'm going to start with another quote. This one's from Lilo and Stitch. Ohana means family. Family means that nobody gets left behind or forgotten. And through my 5 years involvement with SFU, that's something that's always been on my mind. SFU is my home. You guys are my family. Everything I do is to make sure you guys feel connected, you guys aren't left behind. Whether it's serving as an orientation leader, being a 2-time Frost leader, being a BD mentorship program, or involved with the peer engagement program, I'll continue to do these things. Not because of the position, not because of wealth, rank, or honor, but simply because I really care about you guys. And that's why, if I win or lose, I'm still gonna be helping these people out, still voicing my opinions, and just connecting with people.
I'm not the only person here in front of this table who believes in a set of things that can really make a difference. So if you guys choose someone instead of me and you think that they're better, I will seek them out and I will ask them, what can I do? What can I do to make our dreams realized?
All right, thank you all for those. We already have questions. Do you want to start with the write-in? Or?
So for the president's portion, we're going to permit questions to be asked to any conjunction of candidates, just because I feel like we could be more thorough and there's better opportunities that way. So slight change from previous road plan. Okay, and you can go.
Should we do like one person?
I just got to load it up. It's a question from someone who can't be here today, and I'm asking on their behalf. So this is addressed to Kayode and then Enoch. As part of your platform, you indicate that you support the re-establishment of fraternities and sororities on campus. Keeping SFU's gender inclusion and equality mandates, how do you propose that the Greek life would integrate trans and gender non-binary individualism?
Everyone.
So, I founded one of the fraternities on campus. It's called Alpha Kappa Psi. It's a co-ed fraternity. The spectrum of Greek life is quite diverse in the sense of sort of inclusion and exclusivity. We have a women's center, but we also have a men's center. Our men's center has $500, our women's center has a larger budget. In terms of the sororities, I definitely feel that the sororities can channel the amount of self-identified females that they have to work with the women's center. In terms of the men's programming that we have, I think this is a really good opportunity to have a group of individuals who are also struggling with what it means to be a man, to really learn about that. In terms of the trans community, LGBTQ, I think that this is an opportunity for them to also engage with the spectrum of Greek life, either by getting involved in a co-ed or really just helping to create that dialogue opportunity for these organizations to also have a reform.
Can I specify something before?
Sure.
yeah, non-binary was also on that list, and that's the one that was being looked to be addressed. So, Enoch. Or, I don't know.
Sweet. I'd like to start off by saying that I believe that all organizations, regardless what they are, should be inclusive. I'm still saying that when I joined a fraternity, I joined simply because I believed in their moral values, which was on charity, love, and esteem. Now, I understand that fraternities and sororities, by their very nature, are exclusive. And I myself don't stand behind these antiquated notions. And I think that one thing we can do is I want to see Greek life flourish, but at the same time, we want to stand against these antiquated notions. And so I think that what we can do is to help push for these and work with the different various groups and have the dialogue, but also to push the parent organizations and stand up to show them that SFU Greek Life stands for everyone, and that the parent organizations, if by leading by example, we can show them this is it, then that would just become the norm.
That was for all candidates, right?
And that was specifically for those two they mentioned.
Okay.
Okay, Melissa.
I have two questions, but I think I can only pick one, right?
Yeah, one at a time.
In recent months, the Build SFU project has become at the forefront of controversy in the society. Suggestions have been made to the extent that candidates have stated that they will look into sponsorship options. Holy shit, I just choked on myself.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. But this isn't guaranteed, so sponsorship isn't guaranteed. Having admitted that Build SFU is a significant financial burden to students, what do you plan to do as president should financial alleviation by the BP externals, I can't read my own writing, by the BP to externals efforts for sponsorship not fall through? Do you need me to reword or restate it? Because I stopped midway through.
So yeah, with regards to Build SFU, it's definitely a legacy project. One of the things that our VP Finance mentioned is the fact that we have a space expansion levy that we collect. There's a lot of money in the organization. I think definitely what that means is also us as an organization looking at how we're redirecting funds. Right now, we're coming to you guys asking to redirect a fund that we're not utilizing towards the food bank. In terms of the question about our external relations not bringing in the funds, part of it becomes communication. Communicating to you guys that yes, our food bank is growing and there are students in need, and so we're redirecting those unused funds to that service. In terms of space, it becomes the same thing. So I definitely believe that it's a two-way street in terms of us communicating with the students about what to do with the unused service, as well as now working together to look for other opportunities.
Thank you. Next. Zied?
I think the way the project is budgeted for right now does not account for any sponsorship money. While it is really important to go out there and try to seek that money to reduce the financial burden on the students, I don't think we should account for that. Should we fail in getting that sponsorship money, we do not want to be in a situation where the society is liable for money that it cannot afford. But that being said, as a president, I would push for that sponsorship seeking initiatives, and I will try to work with the Office of VP External to try to get that money. While I need to acknowledge that we are still in an early process of the project, and as of now, it is really hard to get that money, and we will not be able to get to do so realistically until the project is in a more advanced stage.
So I would like to echo that both of those first two answers I fully agree with, and I would follow in those exact same footsteps, so I won't repeat. That being said, I also feel that sponsorship is just likely going to happen. We have a very, very robust alumni network, and with the 50-year anniversary coming up, they are involved. these are the type of people that want to see our student life improve. And quite frankly, even if all of our efforts for sponsorship fall through, there will likely still be a meaningful contribution from students that can fiscally make this project a reality. Specifically the $10 per semester from the Space Expansion Fund that was originally intended to pay down the MBC lease debt. And that feels like exactly this type of funds that we need for this project. Thank you.
So in terms of dealing with the financial burdens, I think ethical sponsorship is something that's important, but what I wanted to focus on was actually getting to the root of the problem. So as stated on my platform, it's in order to kind of address the concerns, it's one thing that people often forget is actually the lack of funding that we have in general. The provincial government has cut over the past couple of years, $5.5 million from it. And that's one of the reasons why SFU is so lacking in deferred maintenance and things. I think another thing that I'm pushing towards is regarding student loans and regarding tuition increase. Because if you look at it, the Build SFU levy is important, but what about the 10% international students increase? What about the 2% continuing increase in our tuition? Doesn't that account for something? I think that if we can target these, and we can help figure these out, and then it helps balance these things out. So I think that's something I would be looking into.
I don't think that sponsorship is the only solution. If we really care, if we're really so interested, why are we not going to the Build SFU office and sitting in on the student advisory committee meetings? Why aren't we contributing different ideas as to what we can do about this? There was a proposed governance reform that accounts for removing some redundant positions within the SFSS board, and it can account for over $100,000. So sponsorship is not the only way that we can alleviate this strain. So if we really care, we should go and show our support and contribute and go to these meetings so that people can actually hear what we have to say.
Separate it. At debates, there's nothing specific for it. She's told me what her question is, and I think it's relevant. So,
I'm a future SFU student. By the time I've enrolled, you will all have probably graduated. What kind of legacy do you hope to leave behind for me?
Okay, if I go first? Well, so I would really like it if SFU could take a step back towards its more activist roots. I saw you today at the Louis Riel rally, and that's the kind of stuff I really like to see. People banding together and fighting for something that they believe in. So for when you come here, what I would really like to see, what I couldn't be happier with, is for you to come to a community, to come to a group of people banding together, students, fighting for something that they believe in. And I would really love to see that activism come back. So hopefully, if I have the opportunity, I'll bring some of that back for you.
Thanks for the question. I think it's really great that we have people coming here just to hear our opinions and to hear our thoughts. And so I wanted to start by saying, what I want to leave for the future of SFU is a sense of community and belonging that everyone is entitled to. And that's really what I believe. This morning when I walked into the computer science lounge for the first time in years after, being busy with things, I walked in there knowing nobody knew me. However, the moment I walked in, I was welcomed in, regardless of people knowing me or not. And it's funny because I didn't even mention that I was running for president at all. And we got along, we talked about stuff like Maple Story and whatever, stuff like that. And that's what SFU is all about. We have so many of these communities all across. And I think that that's something that we should be proud of. And the legacy I want to leave behind is to work towards the groundwork on connecting all these communities, on being part of a community that we can be proud of, and that when in the future, if you do come, you should come to SFU, you'll be proud to be an SFU member, and to have a place where you're entitled to feeling belongment.
The legacy I want to leave behind is one of challenging the status quo. The status quo is formal education and university. When I was in high school, I joined the origami club. I joined the chess club. I joined the public speaking club, but then I didn't go, so you can tell I need some help in that. But within the SFSS, we have the opportunities to create our own clubs. We don't support them well enough. We don't look at them as learning opportunities or experiences. In fact, we don't look at the society as challenging the status quo of creating your own educational experience. I want to support individuals who take the initiative to create fundamental learning opportunities, like Vex Robotics, who build robots and are actually the #1 in Canada. And they're featured on CBC. I want you to be able to come to school, be studying accounting, but yet be able to create something that all of a sudden you realize that's your passion and do that. This year through SFU's Got Talent, I saw amazing students follow their passion. That's the legacy I want to leave behind.
Do you like tacos? Quite frankly, I know this isn't a sexy answer, but I plan on enacting policies to give you an equal footing so that you will be empowered to take part in this society. Right now, we don't have any women at this table. I want to fund initiatives so that we can actually equal that balance. I want to have people actually participate from all areas of this school. I believe firmly that the culture here is one that needs our help in policy writing to allow it to continue in a very efficient manner. It's clunky right now and we need improvement. That will be my actual main legacy, and it's not sexy, but it will actually change the way this school functions as a whole. Thank you.
What's your name, if you don't mind me asking? You're the highlight of this whole election this year. Thank you. The legacy I want to leave behind, I want you to be proud that you are an SFU student. I want you to look at your peers and say, I am an SFU student, and be proud when you say that. I want you to be part of a school that provides cheap food for its students who are struggling financially, a school that provides programs such as the food bank, a student society that advocates on behalf of its students, and you know that if something is gonna go wrong, you will have a strong student body behind you, protecting you and advocating on behalf of you. That is the student society that I want to leave behind me.
We're alternating sides. I'd already told them. Sorry.
He's been waiting forever.
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. So this question is addressed to Kayode, but if possible, I'd also like to open up the second half of the question to all candidates. My phone. Oh, there we go. So Kayode, in your platform, you use sustainable as a platform point. However, at least in the peak edition that I read, you elaborate on that point by talking about the creation of some form of database. I'm just curious what your definition of sustainable in your platform is, and then further, what are some concrete examples of how you plan to improve environmental sustainability, specifically, at the university? And I'd like to open that up to the rest of the candidates as well, what you do on environmental sustainability. Thank you.
So, sustainability is creating things that sustain itself. In terms of the SFSS, we require our clubs to actually have a membership database, where legally, by law, we ourselves should have a membership database. In terms of sustainability, it means actually being advanced to the point whereby you have the directory of your members in a way where you can specifically create services for them. In terms of sustainability for me, it means being at the same standard that we hold our clubs. If a club is responsible for maintaining a database for the individuals within its club, so they can confirm that they're part of themselves, then we as an organization need to have that. When I speak of sustainability, what it means then is that when we create volunteer opportunities, we can have volunteers who are our members being able to do amazing things. Our organization is not sustainable. We don't have a foundation. Thank you.
Whoever wants to address the second half next year.
All right. Well, as you can tell, I may have some heritage in Alberta. And quite frankly, that's a lot of hooey, that stuff. I plan on buying back G-Lot. I want to increase traffic to and from this campus on the roadways. I am really excited about this plan, and I fully will use student money to get more parking for gas-guzzling vehicles. Thank you.
We have a bylaw that states that this student society needs to abide by all the environmentally sustainable practices in the projects that it carries. And as a president, I would ensure that the board of directors is working according to this policy and that we keep that in mind in all of the projects that we take on. And if I may mention some of the projects that have been happening this year with the environmental rep and the help of the president is the letter to Kayode Morgan about the pipeline. That is something that needs to continue with the next board because the deadline has been extended to September, and that's something that the next board will work on. And I will ensure that if I am the president of the society, the board will take a strong stand and will send the best letter of endorsement to the National Board of Energy.
So when you talk about sustainability, I fully agree. It actually states here compostable packaging, stuff like when we have our meetings, we need to stop wasting paper. We need to, look at things that are more energy efficient. And I think these are all things that, as a board member, we can start to create that trend, start using more computer usage instead of doing that. But on a larger level, things like, there's some members who are currently working on the zero waste campaign. I think that's something that I fully endorse because it's something that, as students, if we can work towards, we can make a difference. But in terms of working with the university, we will lobby for things like that. Personally, I'm working with the city of Surrey on a project to create environmental awareness regarding native and invasive species. And I feel that together, our student society can work with the government and work with the university to lobby for such issues.
I had to stop for a second and ask myself what sustainability was to me and what it really meant to me. And something simple that I'm sure I'm not alone in is just about every morning I stop, I get myself a breakfast poutine, and it's not just the container, it's not just the food in the container itself, it's not the fork, the whole thing is compostable. So when I'm done with it, I walk by one of the composts that are everywhere all over campus and I drop it off and it's mindless, and I'm so thankful for that. But not everyone knows that. I think that there are a lot of mechanisms in place for us to already be pretty sustainable. However, I don't think that everyone is aware, and I think that education is key here. I think that we need to raise awareness and we need to let people know that there are things being implemented, that we are doing things, and there is something that you can do.
Since we were going through definitions, it's on the same line. I just wanted to know more about definitions. Okay. So the two buzzwords that I see a lot these days are accountability, transparency, and responsibility. Just for the context of this this question, we have here a board member who is late for 2/3 of his assigned committee meetings, but more importantly, bills for meetings that he doesn't attend. And I have evidence of timesheets and meeting minutes where this has happened in multiple occasions. Kayode, what does responsibility mean to you?
really good question. So, I haven't actually gotten a stipend since, I think, January. So, in terms of me doing this position, yes, you guys have heard that board members work way more than the expected hours. But for me, I wasn't necessarily doing it for billing office hours or anything like that. We're volunteers and we get paid a stipend. So technically it doesn't even make sense in the first place that we're filling office hours or timesheets or logging that we worked 6 hours. In terms of me being actually reminded that, hey Kayode, you should get paid because you know what, you're working. Me going there and finally like filling this to get paid because they told me I need to get paid is probably something that makes sense and shows that I'm not responsible. Or it could just mean the fact that I didn't really need the funds and I've been doing my job and working hard and serving the community to the point whereby they're actually saying I need to get paid for it. So if there's an oversight on my part, then apologies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wasn't Dion? She's okay.
For Erik, Enoch, and Johnny, you've had the opportunity to observe a portion of the interpersonal issues among board members. While the current president is currently pushing for the creation of
at this table that the board has been dragging its feet on signing this code of conduct that has been worked on for the past year. I plan on actually forcing, well, not forcing, but working heavily towards getting the code of conduct signed and getting it acted into policy, getting accountability for just behavioral problems at the board to be addressed in an open dialogue. That is how issues between people get worked out, is we talk openly about them. And I plan on being open. I plan on having discussions that see both sides of the issue on every issue that comes to me. And I feel that is something that every board member should do, and I plan on leading by example with that.
Thanks. I intend to act as a liaison. It's not the first time that I've heard someone say, oh, I hate so-and-so because of this, that, and the other thing. And hearing that kind of thing, for me, is hurtful. I never want to hear that sort of thing happen, but it does. Ultimately, it's no one person that decides one thing and then it gets pushed through and then it happens. Everyone has a vote, things go to board, people have opinions, so no one person is responsible. So if people have issues with each other, I would absolutely love for them to come and communicate with me so that we can hopefully seek a resolution. But that's not always the case. People are addressed. I think that everyone's opinion matters, and I want to make sure that everybody knows that.
You took the words right out of my mouth. But honestly, I think that's something that we, not just as board members, but we as people deal with on a daily basis, whether it's working in a project or working at work. It's conflict resolution. And I feel that a lot of the candidates throughout the debates have repeated it, and I echo them in saying we need to know how to have a separation between our personal lives and our professional lives. And working with the board, I will be able to separate my personal life and my professional life. But so saying that, as though we're on the board working professionally with each other and, you know, doing things like signing the code of conduct, being accountable to each other, we have to recognize that people are people. So for me, it's not about myself, but it's working with the board together.
I didn't want to get involved in this election, but I've seen a few things this year that were concerning. So I really just have one question today. It's for Mr. Fatoba. You own a startup tech company, as you call it. You've used your position with the Student Society to promote your personal business on several occasions, even placing your company logo on the SFU's Got Talent website. How can students trust someone as their president who has shown a complete disregard for the ability to separate your elected public service from your personal gain?
Thank you for this question. I was actually expecting it. In terms of...
It's okay, go to the speaker.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Thank you for that. If you notice on my platform, one of the things I want to do is actually work with Enactus to start a grow their startup entrepreneurship of the year initiative, which Sky Nation got into the semifinals. Now, through what we've seen during the AGM and SGM, individuals wanted to vote at the satellite campuses. The SFSS felt there was a lot of technical difficulties to that. With regards to SFU's Got Talent, in fact, they wanted the same thing. The quote for that was actually very, very expensive. Now, what our external relations and sponsorship individuals did was consult with a tech company that was started on campus. This was Sky Nation. Sky Nation did it without charging. Now, let's take it further with me bringing my resources in. Now, Sky Nation partners with a recording company because it's important for us to create jingles for companies. We actually gave the winner a free recording contract. But at the same, so, yeah.
Just have a quick rebuttal to that. That sounded pretty confusing. I don't know how everyone else saw that, but it sounds quite convoluted that someone who's going to be jumping into a position of authority like this shouldn't be doing all these side projects that could potentially be benefiting your future gain. At the end of the day, if you're voting for empowerment, you should vote for someone who shows that they have a team that's going to be able to bring the community together, not specifically just promote your personal brand and your personal business.
Hello, everyone. A lot of you know me, and a lot of you know what I do, so I apologize. This does have a significant whereas clause, as well as your be it resolved. And I was hoping not to bring this question up, but this question wasn't answered sufficiently at yesterday's debate, so I just want to bring it up again and just give the individual another opportunity to answer the question. So this is for Kayode. So Kayode, given your history of rejecting established society protocols, agreements, and procedures, your history of disrupting student-led events, disrespecting staff members publicly as VP Student Life and as a part of the management, which I would like to remind the audience is the management oversees both student and non-student staff, so it's not just students who are members of the student society, but also others. And as well as through your prior time, your involvement in clubs prior to being on board, and even the sheer number of infractions from this election alone. Is this a pattern that we should be expecting to see from you as president, or from the team that you may lead as president, and from the rest of the school spirit candidates?
Really, really, really great question. So the first thing I'll say is definitely good points. I accept all of those things in terms of my character. I've realized that I'm actually called an entrepreneur. So I define policies because, for example, I don't necessarily believe that board members should be doing events, and so I transitioned SFU's Got Talent into becoming a club. That's breaking policy, but I also see it as the need to actually look at the policy and look at opportunities where when we do create plans for something, we can give it to students to continue it. In terms of me working with the staff, as some of the candidates here said, I see it as an opportunity where I can use my experience of miscommunication between both parties to start creating programming. Because this isn't a trend just with Kayode, it becomes a need for the organization as well. I think by example, I can bring that to the table so that we can continuously build on that. Thank you.
Who's next?
Tony,
Do you want to hold the mic, or
Sure.
do you want to? All right, let's do that. You got it?
Thank you. This question is for all the candidates here. I'm going to name 3 issues, and I'm hoping that you can tell us what you feel is in the power of the president's office to do about the situation and how you would implement that. So the first one is talking about Louis Riel House, how it is the only place on campus for family housing. There are a lot of undergraduate families in there, and if they have nowhere to live, that might affect their education and result in them leaving. The second one is Students United for Disability Support. Throughout the years, It has struggled to exist and to make SFSS accessible for people with disabilities. It's started to gain momentum this year, but it is a very fragile thing. The people in SUDS, Students United for Disability Support, are getting burnt out and may end up out. Last one is regarding our music community. The jazz band has formed a band that plays at all the home games for your varsity, for varsity basketball and volleyball, and they've been doing 20-hour weeks. So they're not getting much support from the university, and if this continues, we might have to disband the band for September. So all these three issues have one thing in common, and that's SFU's slowness to help and realize that their students need support, and it is all resulting in the students leaving. So what is it in your power to do to help change this in the SFSS and also influence the university in making the decisions to better value the people here? Thank you.
Thank you, Tony, for the questions. First of all, let me acknowledge that these are very important issues. And second, let me clarify that none of them are directly related to the office of the president in terms of making these solutions happen. The president should speak on behalf of the students and should advocate on behalf of them and should talk to the necessary bodies on this university and off campus to make sure that these issues are addressed and people are treated fairly. In terms of the Louis Riel, it is really unfortunate. It is really sad. I was at the rally earlier today. It is really heartbreaking to see all these families being displaced, and I encourage all of you guys to try to help and support as much as you can. In terms of SEDS, we have an accessibility fund managed by the Accessibility Fund Advisory Committee. We need to make this committee more accessible, and we need to get more people to join the operations of this committee and try to allocate more funds to help SEDS. Volunteers have been doing a lot of work, and time is over.
I wish I had more than a minute. So I'm going to talk fast. Louis Riel House is an issue that really just upsets me to my core. I align myself very closely with those low-income families. Those of you might know I am broke myself and have a daughter. It's a tough situation. That's something that is a university relations issue that we really need to pair with our talks to the university, and that's just an ongoing thing that we can try and push harder for. SUDS is something that we should do an accessibility audit within SFSS. This has been discussed before and it hasn't been acted upon yet. We do need this. We may need, for instance, as a recommendation outcome from that, a hired-on specific role that we can help students with disabilities get involved more. The jazz band literally is one of the key foundations of culture around here. I wish I could say more. Thanks.
So I'll start with Louis Riel. I disagree with. Sorry, may I start? Yeah, thank you. So I disagree with my candidate. It is the president's responsibility establishing and becoming an organization. In terms of the music community, I worked this year towards providing opportunities for them, not just through SFU's Got Talent, but at the same time resources, because SFU Theater charges for the whole theater space, and the Recital Society, for example, just want to practice. So we actually worked with SFU to the point whereby if you want to use the space, you can go there and practice without having to pay $300. So more resources needs to be pumped into that. In terms of Students United for Disabilities, I think this is a joint community initiative. SFU has a department that we should be working with and using the funds that we've made towards doing more together, because this is a collective campus-wide issue. Thank you.
I'd like to start by saying all of these issues are near and dear to me, and they affect me and my family, and I know a lot of you guys. First things first, I actually want to do a third point on the Riel with these two candidates. It's not just the presidents, it's everybody. It's the society's constitution. It says here in 2A, The society serves to represent and advocate for the interests of undergraduate students at Simon Fraser University. The real is an issue that affects not just students, but students' families. That's something that we as a whole, as a board, needs to look into and to advocate. In terms of SUDS, I have family members who are with disabilities, and I've been working with the Brain Turmeric Association, with other off-campuses personally, to address these issues. I feel like working with the university relations and even external relations, including working with the different associations and nonprofits, that we can actually bring change, not just to our university, but for all members who are going through all these hardships. And in terms of the last community, it's funny people mention Resala Society because I was 2 years president for Resala Society. So I've worked extensively with the music community in order to kind of help them out. But that's the end of that. Thank you.
So a lot to talk about here. I personally believe, and I believe that many of you do as well, that everyone has a right to post-secondary or higher education. And I think that this isn't a different case. Here we're talking about people who should have the same access to education that we have, but they're not receiving the support. First thing I want to note, I had no idea about the jazz band, and I think that's not okay, and the fact that I haven't heard that just makes me even angrier. I think that something else, the disability thing, I think that someone needs to be a voice. I was discussing advocacy earlier. Someone needs to bring that up. Someone needs to make that heard. With the Louis Riel thing, why isn't SFU held accountable under the BC Tenancy Act? How are they allowed to be held unaccountable for just kicking all of these people out of their house? When was that okay? Why aren't they under the Act? Why can't we get them to provide some sort of subsidized housing in the interim? Why was nobody warned? So what I would do, what I can do, was I would make my voice heard so that every single one of these people that...
When you introduced yourself in your opening statement, you mentioned that you've ran in 3 elections, 2012, 2013, 2014, and now this one, so 4. And you mentioned that you've improved. Could you please explain your improvement and how you see yourself as a fair and accountable leader when there are 42 candidates running in this election and about half of the infractions are yours?
Cool. So, a really good point. One of the new experiences that I'm sure most of you can tell is that there's now a team behind me. The team are individuals who are leaders in the community, but they themselves lack the experience of running in this election. As you can tell, what that entails, you leading a short $5,000 on, but now people are speaking about how many projects I've done that have succeeded. So the topics have changed. Thank you.
I understand the topics have changed. Your blatant disrespect for the electoral process, for my position, and for the staff that I represent, who volunteer for the Student Society to uphold the electoral process for our 24,000 members this semester, I don't feel that has changed.
Hi. So there's been a lot of talk about collaborating with other team members in, obviously there's 16 members on the board and you're just one of them. Specifically for Kayode, I was wondering if you could give 2 to 3 examples of when you collaborated with a team this year, specifically with the events committee and with board members, and then opening up to the rest of them, how do you plan to collaborate effectively with other board members and the membership?
Really, really, really good question, and thank you for that. With regards to the membership wanted diversity in terms of events. Now, one of the things we noticed with the Welcome Back Pub Night was rap being introduced. So with Bakar and actually introduced rap as a component of the Welcome Back Pub Night. What we saw was that the membership who really wanted that for the concert were able to get something small in a diverse way. Do you want me to keep going?
I'd just like to say that as much as Bakar does a ton for the Student Society, he's a student at large, he's not a board member, and that was 1 out of 3 examples that I asked for.
Okay, so it means I should keep going. In terms of Mr. Deepak here, he was doing Taste of Trance, right? In terms of that, I helped out with ticket sales. In terms of the events committee, they did a multiple number of events. Some of that was outdoor movie night. What that meant, because I believe that it was Lucas and... Thank you.
Sorry, just one last point. I'd just like to point out that those are all student at large members. Deepak was the organizer of Taste of Trance. and you didn't have anything to do with any of the events that went on, the ones that you specified.
Do you want the rest of the board to answer the question? Or?
The rest of, oh yeah, can the rest of the board answer how you would work collaboratively with other people on the board?
Thank you, Katie. I will do so by continuing what I'm doing right now. I've been working with almost all the board members this year. Case in point, all the board members who are running for re-election besides Kayode are on my slate. I was able to engage a lot of board members as well as a lot of students at large. And I have been trying to provide opportunities for everybody who wants to be involved and to make a change to do so with me. And not only by telling people what to do, but by empowering people and letting them make the decisions and letting them be in charge of multiple projects. Thank you.
To quantify how I would is very difficult to do, actually. I would actually like to look at all of the people up here today and say that I could probably work with you, even though I disagree with a lot of your ideas. I could probably work with you in a variety of projects across this university. I have worked with you as it is throughout this election, both of you in a open discussion sensitive, open manner. I really do just feel that I can communicate and work well with a variety of people, even if I disagree with them, even if deep down inside it's going to come down to a vote of 7 to 9 and it's going to be nail-bitingly close. I have talked to people about Build SFU across this campus repeatedly. Even though I have very strong opinions on this, I think it's been open, clean dialogue the entire time. I really will be working together with people constantly. That's the way I work. Thank you.
So it depends on how you look at work. I think that the board is more of fulfills a management position, so it would be a lot of discussing, a lot of bringing out ideas, a lot of people communicating with each other. And thankfully, I don't really care what people think of me. So if someone doesn't like what I have to say, I'm perfectly cool with that. But where that really comes in handy is if someone really needs to discuss something with me, I can look at it objectively. I can look at it impersonally. So if someone really wants to collaborate with me, anyone on the board, they can come and talk to me. They can say whatever they have to say. And I think that together we can meet a compromise, or we can even make a better idea with which to propose to the board, so we can advocate better for everybody interested.
I'd like to start off by stating what I said in the beginning, is I bring transparency and honesty, and I'm not afraid to voice it. And being the only candidate who's running independent and not on a slate, I think I'm proving it by showing that I'm able to work with anybody regardless of the slate, regardless of what ideologies, regardless of where they come from. I'm friends with pretty much people from all the different slates, and I don't support any slate just because I agree with their slate. How are you supposed to represent the students then? I feel that going into it, my ability to work with others, regardless of where they come from, is one of the strengths I bring to the table, and I'm prepared to work with anybody. And again, our voice is that I'll promise to always be honest and true, even if my voice kind of shakes.
Originally this was for Kayode, but in an effort to include everybody, I'd like him to go last. For all of the candidates, I'd like you guys to say what has been your biggest failure that you've had, be it at SFU or generally in life, and what you've learned from it. And for Mr. Kayode, we've heard a lot about your blatant disrespect for the rules, be it at the board level, committee level, club level, your disrespect for rules for this election, and even your disrespect for rules of simply talking within 1 minute. Repeatedly, you've gone over 1 minute, even though she's tried to make you to stop. How can you possibly tell students that they have a president that they can believe in when all you do is break the rules and you say that this is for the betterment of the students, while all this will do is lead to possible expensive lawsuits and in turn actually not benefit the students? Thanks.
It's a bit of an emotional one for me. I think that the biggest failure at SFU that I've ever had is letting myself get bogged down and think that I actually can't do it. A while back, I ended up with depression because I thought there's no way I can do this work, there's no way I can keep up, there's no way I can get my... I think that for me, to overcome that, I had to see how much I really cared and how much I missed being in this setting, and I really wanted to come back and I wanted to show everybody that I could do it, that I was capable, that I could stick it through and I can finish.
I just want to commend Johnny for being so brave and so honest, and it really spoke out to me. Can we just give him another round of applause? For me, one of my biggest failures was actually this year. It was taking on too much, too fast, and trying to be a leader that didn't really think things through. And this past year, I took on 12 different leadership opportunities, whether it was being a mentor, a frosh leader, whether it's being an engagement peer, or whether it was just helping out in the community. And what I found is that time is limited. You only have so much you can do within a year. And that's something I learned, is that you can't do too many things by yourself, but with a team, you can achieve things. And through my experiences this year, I've learned not to lead by myself, but to empower the team members and to create leaders out of them. Because I'm only one person on a board, I'm only one of 16. There's a lot of people on the board who will have more experience than me in different areas and have different voices that are stronger than mine. It's my duty as the president to make sure those voices are heard, and not just to empower them, but to let them
Best to go last by the member. We'll start here.
So I'm a little old, and so the list of failures does start to add up after a while. I think, because we all have failures. Let's be honest, we're all human, right? One of the biggest failures that I've had was the transition out of my first degree. I'm back here for a reason. I was not able to make that transition successfully into the career that I was anticipating. I've since decided that the best course of action is to seek further education towards that. But deep down inside, it taught me a big lesson about the trappings of just an academic degree. And it taught me that the culture and the things that you do here at university while you're here are way more important down the line than any course that you take. It's the people you interact with and the projects that you start to do. It's the things that we collectively get together and do that really change the way that our lives turn out. Thank you.
When I first started, my original plan was to take my focus from academics to the student life, to helping students. And I have committed the last couple of years of my life in serving this school, the SFU students, and you guys. And even though my own plans are not achieved, I think at least I'm doing it for a good reason, and that's what I like to believe. And I'm really happy to be here today.
My biggest failure is not believing in myself. My biggest failure is not trying. I focused on my fault because I didn't believe in myself. I didn't want to run in this election. But with every time I served in the community, it became one more person that believed in me. Nobody gave me a chance. Nobody thought I could do anything. But with every small thing that I did, were individuals who believed in me to the point whereby they stand against the negatives. My biggest fear was not running in this election, because I'm not here because I want to. I'm here because a group of people gave me the confidence to. And I'm running on their confidence. That's my biggest failure.
Kayode, that was very moving. But my question was for your blatant disregard for rules. As the president of a student society, you cannot just go around breaking rules for the interest of the students. It's not a dictatorship, it's a democracy. Rules are rules for a reason and they must be followed.
Historically, rotunda groups and the SFSS have not had the best relations. What will you do as president to improve these integral relationships in our SFU community? And this is for all 5 candidates.
Sorry, could you repeat that question again? I didn't catch the first part.
Just historically, the rotunda groups, such as Out on Campus, Women's Center, SF among others, have not gone along well with the SFSS. Relations have been tense. What can you bring to the table to improve relations with these groups?
Thank you for the question, Amir. It is really sad that historically that has been the case, but I would like to note that over the last few years things have been improving and they are getting better and better. I personally have a great relationship with most of the people from the Rotunda collectives. I have sat on the hiring committee of the new Women's Center coordinator. I have worked with Out on Campus coordinator in hiring the new Women's Center coordinator. I have had a good working relationship with these folks, and I'm pretty sure that together we can bring the Rotunda closer to the SFSS, and we can bring these groups closer to the board of directors and make things happen, because that is our duty and that is what we are supposed to do. We're not supposed to be 2 different bodies doing different things. At the end of the day, these are departments within the SFSS, and we are all here to serve the same membership for the same reasons. I don't think there should be any differences between us and between our goals.
I've yet to have any negative interaction with the Rotunda groups personally. I'm saddened to hear these interactions have occurred in the past with SFSS. In fact, I've worked at CJSF, both of them, but so I have a personal connection to Magnus, and I don't know if that technically counts as a Rotunda group or not. It's kind of the next floor down, but I've been reaching out to the Women's Center this elections campaign when there was misunderstanding of one of my posters, and I plan on building positive relationships with these groups. They are an integral part of our community. Like, they really do serve a huge purpose for us, and it's often misunderstood even by the general student body as to how important they are to our community. So I plan to work towards awesome relationships with them.
So, I've worked with SFPERG. It was a really good experience. It showed me that there's a big advocacy initiative within SFU. In terms of Out on Campus and Women's Center, part of the vision with creating Sex Week was to bring all of these entities together, because they focus on specific programming that the society as a whole can't do with a year of sort of governance. But we need to also, in trying to work with them, integrate them to the larger student population who actually don't know they exist. During the pancake breakfast of the Women's Center, I actually went there as VP Student Life to work with them, but at the same time promote their services to students so that they can know what they're doing. In terms of speaking to the sororities, part of what I was doing as well was trying to speak to them about working with the Women's Center to enhance their ability to reach out to people. So I definitely think there needs to be a bigger effort in us utilizing our departments efficiently. Thank you.
I think what the previous candidates have said is something that I also heard. And it really is a shame that these groups aren't getting the support they need, or that feel they don't get the support they need. They should be able to come up to us and be like, hey, this is what we're doing, can you support us? Or hey, let's talk. They don't have to feel that there's a barrier between them. And I think that historically that might be the past, but history has yet to be written. And we're the ones who together can change history and make it for the better.
I'm going to capitalize on one example. As part of the LGBTQ community, I used to attend Out on Campus, And for me, it was because I didn't know where else to go. I didn't know where I felt I would belong. I didn't know who I could talk to. And because of the service and company that they provided me, I started to volunteer for them, and I would sit on the tables and I would listen to what they had to say. And almost every time I sat there, I would hear something about how there was some discord with them in the SFSS, and there was so little communication, and they couldn't have their needs met, and it was always a struggle, it was always a battle. And I think that the best thing that I can do is incorporate my experience with out on campus and with the SFSS and increase communications between the two. The Rotunda groups have a voice, they need to be heard. SFSS needs to know what it can do, and the Rotunda group might not know. So I think that if we had more open discussion between the two of them, we might be able to eliminate some of this negativity that's been harboring or that's been established between the two of them. I think that they should be able to coexist in an amicable manner.
So this one's for Johnny, Enoch, and Erik. So there's been a lot of talk on transparency today, and one of my personal experiences was I wanted to check out some of the board of director minutes, except for when I went and checked, they hadn't been posted on there in a bit over a month. I realized that there's a lot of processes with editing and making some changes that have to be done, but a month is just way too long when there's something that I want to find out that's going on in the SFSS. So I'm wondering what you three would do to improve on the transparency and the efficiency of the things in the SFSS.
Start with Enoch this time.
It's funny that you mention that, because for the past few months I've been having the same problem, trying to figure out when meeting times are, trying to figure out how to get through the minutes, and something that really struck me the most was how hard it was to actually understand the Constitution and the bylaws. I have had to go up to all the board members extensively and ask them, what does this mean, or how do I understand it? And if it's so hard for me to understand somebody who wants to be involved, how hard is it for the average student to get involved? And I think that in terms of how to address that, it's one way is to make the information packaged in a way that a general student can understand. And I want to say something about the minutes, is that the minutes have been very well done, and they're clear and they're concise, and that's exactly what it is in terms of the board director's direction. But in terms of the average student who's not able to understand it, I think that's something we can look into, is making it possible for the general students to be able to digest information. In terms of transparency, how to make it more applicable, I think something we can do is to make sure that students are aware that these minutes are on the website, because they're there, it's just hard to find.
So, specifically in regards to the month delay, at least in ones that I've worked in the past, the delay to spread that information to membership is a real actual challenge to deal with as far as man hours, and it depends on the allocation of resources. I can't speak directly to how the staffing of the minute-taking role or the minute distribution role currently is performed. However, if that's something that I've heard now from you, which should...
So I was talking earlier about advocacy and making sure that people are heard. I didn't know that there's been delays with minutes being posted. However, I think that, as I was discussing earlier as well, governance reforms, I don't know who takes the minutes every time, and I'm sure it's not always the same person, but I think that something can be put into place so someone's defined role is to, in fact, post the minutes sooner so that people have an easier time finding them. I think that the SFSS site is pretty convoluted, and for the average student to go and even try to find the minutes, it can be pretty daunting. So I think that there's more into it than just putting the minutes up sooner. I think that we need to make it more accessible so that any student who's wondering what's going on at that point in time has the ability to click and check.
Let's talk communication. So students are bombarded with information throughout class, mass media, even confusing documents from the SFSS, as you mentioned. As president, what opportunities do you see within the SFSS to more clearly communicate anything, essentially? There's a lot of talk about having office hours in the MBC or outside of MBC or wherever you want, but how is that going to stick out? There's so much information out there. Students have to care about so much. How are you going to make them care about this?
So I don't know if you've seen my posters around campus, but I think that they are starting to resonate with the bombardment of information to students. I know how to cut through that. I feel like there can be real meaningful shifts of real communication that students heard. Students got involved and said things. There was over 4,000 students responding to that survey that they, thanks. Yeah.
So one of the points that he raised, just to echo, is having booths outside in places where students can see it. So students being able to go to a booth that's located in the AQ as well as satellite campuses. CAC does a good job in this. In terms of social media, we don't engage the social media market. One of the things I did to innovate the organization was actually integrate Humans of SFU, SFU snaps and all of those into how we advertise. So all of a sudden our events actually started to consider them as media. In terms of us, we don't actually have a communication that outreaches and goes to events and promotes them. We don't have blogs whereby students can send information and we can promote. I think innovation comes from looking at where the society is technologically and getting there, but at the same time promoting direct conversation with people whereby they're easy to access all of the information about the society.
For me, I think the way to look at this problem is really to say that we need to make a personal impact. Staying in your corner of the forest waiting for others to come to you. You have to go to them sometimes. And that's something that I've been echoing throughout all the debate. It's we need to go to the students. We need to directly impact them and to draw them in. It's one way thing to say that, oh, let's have a table. Ooh, oh, let's do this. But unless we really go out to the students and work together with them and to hear their voices and to really reach out to them and to change their way of thinking, well, not really change their way, but to impact them. I see Arjan giving me disapproving looks. But to impact them, for example, whether it's using memes, whether it's using things like Erik's campaign, it's a tangible way for students to be able to connect with us. These are things we should need to look into, and like Winnie the Pooh says, oh wait, no, like Up says, adventure is out there.
Okay, I got this one. When was the last time that you remember the SFSS came up to you and was like, hey, we're going to be talking about this, we're going to be discussing this, this is going to be voted on? To the best of my memory, I don't recall that many times. However, when I walk around the AQ, they have these little TVs in the corner and they show thesis defense, I am a whale, something like that. And you think to yourself, oh wow, that's pretty easy for me to know what all the thesis defenses are going on, but what's actually happening in the SFSS? I think that we can increase, along with the advocacy, I think that we can go to the students, we can approach them and we can say, hey, these things are being talked about, these things are being discussed. We already have infrastructure in place for us to be able to broadcast these messages. If the grad students can have their thesis defenses put on the little TVs, why can't we have referendum stuff put up there? I think that it's really important for us to walk up to the students to say, hey, look what's happening, do you have an opinion? And I don't think that there's enough of that happening now. So if you were to elect me, I would personally take the opportunity to meet with students to let them know just what was happening.
Thank you very much for the question, Arjan. I understand communication is a big piece. We have 24,000 members, and communicating with them is definitely a big priority of the society. However, I would like to respectfully disagree with all my opponents here. This is a $5 million organization. We do represent 24,000 students. I am really sorry, but I don't think that solving these problems will happen through walking in the AQ to talk to some individuals, or just having a booth in some campus, or just changing the layout of the website. This is a big organization. We provide a lot of services, we do a lot of initiatives, and there's a lot of things going on a daily basis. We have more than 90 people working for this organization as staff. It is really hard to just mainstream all of that and just put it in one channel of communication. I think it's really hard. And the 630 people showed up.
my bum's getting a little sore. Could we all take a 10-second like stand-up dance and just like bring the energy level back up in this room?
You'll be graded.
All right, come on.
Sit, I'm done with this. All right, more day stretch, everybody. Okay, everybody, hands up, everybody. All right, to my left, to your right. All right, stretch here. 1, 2, 3. Other side. 1, 2, 3. To the back. 1, 2, 3. Forward. 1, 2, 3. All right, guys, ready for the 7-second shakedown? Do you guys know it? So we go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Say it with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so we're going to entertain a couple more questions. We've got Colin over here, Dion, Bakar, the fellow behind in the Ferrari, Rana, and then we have one other question that was sent in that my commissioner will ask, and then we will be closing statements, and then we can all go home and eat. I'm very hungry. I don't know about you. So there.
Yeah, so let's do... Were you in front of Dion? Okay, so Bakar, then we'll do you, then we'll go back.
Hi everybody, hi, hello. So my question is pretty simple. Being a student and a member of SFSS, I've been trying like really hard to be involved in school, and as you've mentioned already, it's there. However, I go to school, I go to classes and everything. I don't know what's happening on day-to-day operations. My question for you is that what's your strategy to motivate students to volunteer, and more importantly to retain them? Because my personal experience has been really bad. So what's your strategy around it? All of you can answer.
I like to say it by saying that, yes, this is a problem, and it's a problem throughout history. I think one of the ways we can tackle it is by seeing what we already have. I was one of the engagement peers, and actually dealt specifically with this problem with, sorry for lack of better words, disengagement, where students didn't know how to get involved. And what we did as engagement peers was with the 9 different peer educator programs. We worked with one-on-one consultations as well as outreaches, so students know how they can get involved, whether it's with volunteering. We think students, I mean, me being a student, it's when I help out, I love just meeting with people, but also like, you know, the feeling I get when I feel like I achieved something. Like, you know, like, oh, I volunteered for this event, I helped out with this kickoff project, I helped out with that. And I think it's by recognizing these students.
In terms of one of the things that I felt was actually giving certificates to individuals for what they did. So for this year, I started sort of an awards program. Now, one thing that Bakar also did was bring up issues with regards to policies of the society and how our abiding by the policies affects volunteers. And so it gave us an opportunity to really look internally. The last thing is a volunteer appreciation. The organization appreciates its staff, but we don't actually have a volunteer appreciation gala. I think that it's really important that we're not just writing certificates that says thank you for volunteering for this, but we need to understand that it's a volunteer organization and celebrate the clubs, the DSUs, and everybody that makes this organization what it is.
Before anyone else answers, could you actually repeat the question for me? You want to go? No, go. Okay, well, I think that one of the ways that we can motivate students to stay within them is to have a rewarding experience, right? It's one thing to take things really seriously and get super involved, but it's another thing to be able to separate that and keep it light and be happy. So at least for people on the SFSS, right, things can get really terse. And I think that we should work together and communicate with each other so that we can keep things light and rewarding and fun, so that people are understanding that what they're doing is making a difference and not just butting their heads against the wall. So if we can help to inform each other as to what we really should be doing, I think that maybe it won't be so much of a strain on everyone. As for clubs and DSUs, I think that there needs to be more cohesion in that there needs to be more communication. You need to talk to the students in your DSU, you need to communicate with the people You need to bring it together, and the ideas need to be understood. Sometimes events go on and nobody knows about them. So what's the point in staying and volunteering if no one showed up to what you put all your hard work into? So what I think is really important is that we raise awareness for all of these things.
So I'm going to use a ton of buzzwords here, and I'm sorry, but really deep down inside, the way you get people out to volunteer for things, spend their own free time doing something to better society, is you empower them to do what they want to do. You give them together into a process on their own and encourage them to do meaningful things in the community. Repeatedly, this is how I build DSUs, this is how I've built clubs, this is how these things start, is by getting a group of passionate people together and letting them work on it, and just directing a little bit here and there if they have questions.
The question that I would like to start with is, why do people want to volunteer in the first place? Obviously, there is multiple reasons, one of which is giving back to the community. But I'm pretty sure that most of us are not part of just the SFU community. We all have our different multiple communities that we are a part of. So what can we do to make people prioritize the SFSS and volunteering for the SFSS? And I think that's where the job of board members come in, by doing two things. First of all, by providing training and teaching new volunteers how to do things with the student society, how to deal with the general office, how to deal with the different resources that we have. And then second, and more importantly, we need to show appreciation for these people. People who give their time and their effort to the student society, we need to show them that we do appreciate that. Thank you.
Just a comment. Okay. So yeah, thank you so much for sharing your views. I was leading towards. Oh, sorry, thank you. I'm gonna a club or do any event. This year, it's more harder to run any parties at the pub. It's more process and more time-consuming things. If you want to go to a club and host an event, there's problems with the granting committee. They're not giving grants. There are more policies into it. When you go to events committee, then they're saying that they're not there to sponsor. They're there to help and promote the events. I feel like with so much steps involved with it, it's making an average student like me life's harder to work with you guys. But
Hi. First, a question for Zied. At the SGM, the student body had a chance to move the vote for the Build SFU loan to referendum. That vote failed by only 10 votes, which is well within the margin of error. No revote attempt was made. Had that passed, a significantly larger amount of students at SFU, not just at Burnaby campus, would have had a chance to mandatory that SFSS board members support Build SFU.
Thank you, Colin. I understand that the vote has failed to take it to referendum, but that is not my call, and it's not my call to decide what the margin of error is. My job was to simply tally all the votes and announce the numbers. It is also not my call to. You cited the example of the SGM versus referendum. Well, SGM is one of the democratic tools that we have at the SFSS, where people can come out and raise their concerns. So is the referendum. True, there is more opportunity for people to vote in a referendum compared to an SGM, but they are both different tools that we use. The reason I spoke against your motion on the day off was that we spent more than $10,000 on SGM, and it did not make any sense just delay the vote and wasting all the student funds.
So to answer if we are supposed to somehow be prerequisite to be in favor of Build SFU as a project, I think that's next to ludicrous to ask any complete group of 16 people to have to be in favor of any one project that the SFSS does. There are so many projects that we're underway. Yes, Build SFU is the biggest. It is our main legacy project that we're undertaking right now. I think having a general sense and duty to come together on this topic and look for long-term solutions to this problem that we're trying to address on campus of student space and student belonging is something that the board should try to come together on, but to say that we're all in favor of it would be too much to ask.
I think the idea that everyone on the board would have to be in support of it is based on some crazy fallacious ideal. We're not here to represent our own ideas. We're here to represent the opinion of the entire student body. So 16 people don't all have to be in the same agreement if the entire student body doesn't. The whole point of us is to represent, to get ideas out, to make sure that what the students are feeling is going to happen. So if someone doesn't agree, I mean, it still goes to a majority vote, sure, but that's okay. That's supposed to exist. If everyone thought the same thing, we'd all be drones. So I'd be really happy if people disagreed with me and maybe challenged me so that I can actually question why it is that I might support something like that.
So, our responsibility is to serve, not enforce. I think that is really the responsibility of the 16 individuals. The membership side, as opposed to just serving the membership in trying to make sure that everything that they want heard is heard.
Much of what I'm going to say, I think it's something that's been said already throughout all the debates and by many of the candidates. It's ensuring that the voices of the students are heard. As stated in the Bill SFU before, when they did pass the vote, it was a majority for yes for the project. But I understand that for now, opinions change, things change. And for me personally, I think that the Bill SFU, or not even SFU, but having a sub, it is a great idea. If you look across all Canada, all these different universities with a sub, like UBC, University of Alberta, Ryerson, York, they all have these subs that make students proud, but as it stands, there's so many different opinions and different stances on it. I think right now the key point to do is to make sure that we can clarify the student voices, and that's something that we need to look into, and to continue the consultations to make sure that we represent the students and not our own voices.
Have questions about how minutes are, how the approval process works in the society, please feel free to come talk to me. Minutes at sfss.ca, whoever, whether it's me or another minute taker in the future. Also, I'm in the office tomorrow. Let me know. But the question that I received from a member is, what are your definitions of accountability or being accountable? And how does the president demonstrate this accountability? And that's whether personally or as an entire board, or as essentially the head of an entire board.
Whoever wants to start.
So, accountability for me is taking responsibility. In terms of the first step in me, I guess, running or vying for the position is actually being accountable to you guys to see everything that I've done wrong, right? And making you guys think critically if those are impetus for me not to be in this position. I'm accountable to you guys in that regard, because you guys get to see my, in terms of taking it doesn't end because our AGM, for example, in us talking about accountability, I feel that the IEC or an external body should be the one that's actually hosting the AGM in a way whereby the board can be held accountable. I think once the board are doing it, it creates such bias that it's, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so went wrong. What can we do to fix it? I want to have people call us out. Hey, what happened to this? Why didn't this work? What's wrong here? And then we can do something about that. To me, being accountable is recognizing that you've made mistakes, but also recognizing that you're going to do something about it.
Accountability tends to be one of these things that gets defined from the negative standpoint, because being positively accountable, it rarely ever needs to occur other than a little bit more transparency than the average working board has. We need to recognize when we make mistakes, because everybody makes mistakes. Every single one of us does. We all know this. And when we make those mistakes, accountability is owning up to them, as Johnny really eloquently put it just now. It's a process of recognizing that and then changing for the better. Sadly, we only have the one major election where we only tend to get 8% of the student body to give us feedback on how accountable we've been.
Accountability and responsibility go hand in hand. It is about taking ownership of one's actions, as well as doing one's due diligence and serving the best interests of the society, not through buzzwords, but through hard work, showing up to meetings, defining priorities based on students' needs and not personal opinions, not being afraid of doing what is right versus what makes you look good. That's what accountability and responsibility mean to me and to my team.
Oh, am I the last? Oh, okay. So I'm going to say a quote that's surprisingly not a Disney quote this time. I know, but this is serious. So serious quotes require serious thinking by a playwright by the name of Molière. So let me go. It is not only what we do, but also what we do not do for which we are accountable. A lot of times people say, what are you accountable for? It's the things you listed out. But a lot of times, it's the things that you don't do. Sorry. A lot of times, to be accountable means to be able to stand up for what is right, to be able to advocate for things. And when you do not do these things, that is when accountability comes back and says, hey, you didn't do these things. Now, although a lot of times we focus on like, oh, to be accountable, it's transparency, but I think to be accountable means to actually own up to your actions and actually to support the actions of those around you and to actually think to yourself, what haven't I done that I should do? And that's accountability to me.
First of all, I am really upset on how the debate is going through, because I think as a community we are supposed to go together and grow and not talk about what happened in the offices. And all of the people who talked about that had the power to do a lot of things which they did not do themselves, or they could take measures to get people out of office which were not taken. And I would like to thank Brandon Chapman, if he's still around, for raising the only relevant question. For my question is for all of you, and it's basically on this same matter. What we were seeing for the past couple of hours was 3 slates in one board, everybody going against each other. One out of you 5 will be the president for sure, and we have no doubts about it. So what happens when we have members running from 4 slates in your board? How do you make sure that that board works as a board, and the membership, like me, doesn't have to sit on a general election platform and listen to the board not working? Because I rather came here to hear growth. Thank you.
This seems to be an issue that keeps coming up again and again and again in this discussion, is how are we going to work together as a board? And I don't understand why SFSS isn't working together as a board. I just don't get it. I've worked on a lot of boards together, and it's a civil process. It's a friendly one where ideas are discussed openly. Respect is almost an inherent behavior that comes across in every moment when you're at the table with your fellow peers deciding what's best for the entire school's society. It's something that I just don't get why we've had these troubles in the past. And I'm really looking to connect.
Thank you for bringing this up, Erik. I think it is definitely the job of the president to make sure that the board is able to work together and to cooperate together. And one of the processes that the president can incorporate is making sure that strategic planning is done very early in the process and very early in the term, so that the whole board knows what the priorities are and they don't waste time fighting over projects or fighting over funds or wasting each other time in meaningless discussions. Once that is done, then the board knows what the direction is going to be and they can all work together and divide the resources in the most efficient way. How I will be able to do that, I believe that my leadership skills have proven me to be able to do that. Our board of directors this year has directors from 2 slates as well as independents, and I was able to work with almost everybody on the board. I have worked with independents, Deepak, Rebecca was from the other slate, and we have done a lot of great work together this year. I have no problems. I think the issues do not arise from being on different slates or being independents, and I think it arises from having contradictory agendas between different board members, and that's what strategic planning solves.
Rather than look to the past, I'd like to look to the future. For myself personally, I look across these tables and I see people that I want to be friends with. I want to hang out with them, I want to spend time, and I want to talk to them. And what's really cool about that is, if we all got elected and they all came up with ideas that I didn't agree with, or they shot down something I had, it doesn't change the fact that I still want to be their friend. So I don't see why it can't be a friendly process. I think...
Yeah, I definitely think that within the board there could have been a larger spirit of cooperation. I think that in terms of working together, we need to create organizational values. Our membership needs to know what those values are. In terms of strategic planning, which is definitely the first thing that happens within the orientation process, I think that as opposed to prioritizing what individuals are bringing to the table, we should look at resources to actually create and sort of help each other's ideas. Ideas are interesting because they're easy to think of, but not a lot of people have them. You have a group of 16 people that come together with amazing ideas, but yeah, you prioritize them. I think fundamentally, looking at which offices are supposed to be handling all of these ideas and coming together collectively to look at the resources to put around each of them would create a better cooperative environment.
So as many of you know, I am an independent candidate, but even though I'm independent, I'm still a real person who promotes school spirit. I love LAN parties, and my favorite card is the Ace of Spades. Yeah, thanks. But, so I was saying that I'm really pleased to see how the debates are going, is that we're high-fiving, is that going into the board, is that we can expect to see positivity. And going into the board, you're no longer a slate. You're a board, you're SFSS, you're SFU. You know SFU? Yeah, so you become SFU together. And I feel that going towards the board, it's me being from an independent candidate, as I look forward to working with people regardless of what slates they're on.
So just to wrap it up, basically all of you guys are saying that if you go into the president position, you will act as a board and make sure it acts as a board. Can we just make sure about that to everybody? So if anything happens in the next 1 year, whoever gets elected, we work as SFSS and we work for SFU and not each other.
Hi guys, how you doing? I'm basically going to ask a question about engagement because all of you promote that in your platform. So primarily what I'm going to ask is in regards to the Spring Jam and all the other concerts we've been having, it seems to be heavily invested in EDM and not any other genre. Not every student is interested in EDM. I know I personally am not, and several others are as well. So, thank you. So my question is, how do you propose you change that? If you cannot engage students based on a single genre, how are you going to change that to engage students, to make sure that...
Okay, well, yeah, I am the project manager for the Fall Kickoff and the new upcoming Spring Jam. It's not an easy process, to put it simply. It requires a lot of work in terms of production, in terms of coordinating the whole thing. Able to get at this time. But it's not something that we're completely opposed to, and it's not because some of us are into EDM that we're only making these events, EDM events or raves. No. The idea is to create a big festival, a big event on campus, and to get as many students to show up as possible. And we're heading in that direction.
So, I've thrown a number of concerts in a variety of genres. I've thrown rock concerts, I've thrown classical concerts, experimental. I've been DJing at raves. I've done jazz bands, etc. I love all types of music, and I want to bring that to the student populace because the student populace deserves that. I hear again and again the fact that we've previously had a rock band. They've constantly been just an opener. You don't go to Madonna and look for the rock band that opens. You pay the ticket for Madonna, the headliners, and again and again and again we are seeing some EDM as the top 3 acts. And I think this is a biased thing. I personally believe that we need to at least try a headliner of a different genre at our next concert. Thank you.
One thing that's really amazing is how much the topics have changed. 4 years ago, it was about having concerts. Now it's about genres. But I like to take it a step further and speak about value. In terms of our concerts, the only thing that has gone up is the value of headliners we bring. Yes, we're talking about EDM, but one thing that I can bring to the table and I think would be good for the student society, whoever becomes president, to consider, is actually creating value in terms of programming for the community. For the first concert, this means working with council to actually integrate Fresh so that it's part of a welcome week, whereby you're welcoming the new students, but at the same time, you're creating more programming and activities around campus. For that to happen, that means it's not the board that's actually organizing a concert. You actually have to, as a board, hire a project manager, given the fact that there's already a foundation. With regards to the end of the year event, it would mean having a volunteer appreciation that's integrated into it. Thank you.
I think this is something that we can agree that we can really look into, and I think one thing that we can do is, as president, is to work with the VB Student Life, to work with the events committee, because a lot of events that we think about, it's EDM, but think about it, we have over 300 to 400 clubs here, we have a lot of DSUs, we have a lot of FSUs, they each host their own events. If we can support them and raise them up, then we can pretty much facilitate all the interests across the board, whether you like music or not. For example, I think one thing we're focusing on is Burnaby. What about the other campuses? Surrey. What about the CS students? They have showcases, the technology section. If we can highlight them and the innovations they have, why don't we just bring that to the students? What about Woodworth? They're the ones who are doing music. I'm involved with them. They throw some really intense shows right there. But if we can showcase them and say, hey, Burnaby, there's something really crazy happening at Vancouver. Check it out. Then we can promote cross-campus union. So it's not just an issue of, oh, do we want EDM or not? That becomes a part of who we are as SFU. SFU has people who love EDM. We also have people who love arts. We also have people who love cats, and I love cats.
You can't always mishmash everything that everyone's interested in and expect a positive result. If you had an EDM square dance rave, I don't think that you have too many people attending. So it's okay to have an EDM show, it's okay to have a rave, but it's important that we recognize that there is a necessity for a diverse array of concerts, of events that include and account for everyone's interests, not just one person's interest. Albeit it's not technically my position to specifically organize concerts, I would like to talk to the people who are in charge of that and make sure that they are accounting for a more diverse community rather than just doing the same thing over and over again. So I would like to see a diversification in the... Thanks.
So the final question is from a member who wasn't able to stay for the entire debate. It's directed at Zied. So at a recent board meeting, there was a question put forward to revoke the funding for schools building schools and for students.
Responsibility and leadership. Everybody at this table has been talking about letting the students make decision for at least 2 hours now, and yet this question comes up, and for those of you who don't know, there was a question on the board agenda to put question on a referendum for the students to vote and to make a decision. My vote was yes, and it was not yes to revoke any levy because the board does not have such power. My vote was to yes, put it on the referendum ballot and let the SFU students make the decision. And if that's not letting the students make the decision, if that is not empowering the membership, if that is not consulting students, please tell me what is.
First of all, I want to thank everyone in attendance. Secondly, I want to thank all of the other presidential candidates for making it an exciting adventure and giving me the opportunity to run not against, but with you guys. If any of you win, I'm going to be happy because I know that you've all worked just as hard as I have and have fantastic beliefs, and I'd love to see any of them realized. So I'm just really happy that I've had the chance to participate with you fantastic people.
So once again, thank you all for sitting here for long hours. I hope that a little dance perked everybody up. And so I will regretfully end with my last Disney quote. This is by Walt Disney himself. So hold up. You can design and create and build the most wonderful place in the world. But it takes people to make the dream a reality. And it's people like you. It's people who are sitting here, people watching our live stream from all different campuses. You guys are the ones with the power to make all of our dreams a reality. And I want to thank you for exercising your democratic right to vote. And I just want to say that I'm here whether you need me or if you need me. My phone number's on the poster, so just give me a call if you need it.
This year, I created programming with SFU where we fed over 4,000 people in pancakes. Did SFU's Got Talent that wasn't an event that people thought would be successful. Did a multiple diverse range of events like Sex Week whereby the community, a different community felt engaged. There's a number of things that have been done successfully. I came here to the point whereby there are individuals who are leaders who are involved. I'm thankful for this opportunity and thank you for listening to me.
Sorry. Thanks to my fellow candidates, thanks to the IEC, thanks to the audience here today. It's been a pleasure debating in front of all of you, and it's been a pleasure campaigning over the last 2 weeks. All I want to say is that SFU is my home. I'm not better than any of these gentlemen over here. I just think that I'm better suited for the position itself. And I'm really proud to be running with a team of responsible, experienced, and accountable leaders who are making promises that they know that they can achieve. Vote Zied, President 2015, vote real. Thank you very much.
So I know that the university is going to have a problem with my annual koi fishing derby in the pond, but I really truly believe that it's ideas like this that this organization needs now. We need innovative ways of moving forward because we need reform and we need to change the way we've been doing things. We've been citing problem after problem today, and it's time to actually address them. And it's going to take innovative thinking, some experienced, calm heads, and I'm excited to do it. Thank you.
For your thoughtful insight, your composure in front of sometimes adverse questions,
and for generally just being entertaining and fantastic and really smart. So I wish you the best. This is the last time I'll see all of you together until I get to announce the results to you. So good luck.
And before we leave, can we please give a round of applause to Oscar and the IEC for the great work?
That's the peak. That's the peak.
That's some love.
They're cool too.
Check out the peak. It's all on Twitter.
Okay.
Zied, you killed it, man.
Oh, and also, if you guys are free tonight, there's a huge sus party at the pub. You guys should all be there.
7 p.m.
Yeah.
Woo!
She had a really good question.
Yeah.
Hugs all around.
I'm glad you're like, I mean, yeah, she's been following me, you know, like something. Awesome! Are you called I said you
One down. Way to go. One more. Very good. I haven't had a chance to speak to you, but